Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show. Look that shit up. Pulley. This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyright work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that. And I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Looks like we got us another hit.
EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chalk ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. Like, share, and subscribe.
This that real hip hop. Hey, flaming shot. So you lames can stop. Cause we flaming hot. This that real hip hop. Hey, flaming shot. So you lames can stop. Cause we flaming hot. I'm about to expose this. What's the prognosis? They have medication. I don't know their diagnosis. You niggas is some roaches. You wanna approach this? The chopper stand for rage, so you can call it roasting. Man, I ain't posting. You flow in slow motion. Bang, bang, nigga, look how your chest is open. Main thing is gonna change when me and Flame take over the fucking game. The order 16 balls, and we know we go hard. Polyboo Fonte, nigga, pass the cigars. Je m'appelle Flame, Flame, and your girl give brain. Chica, señorita, mira, I got dick. Little poquito, won't you go and swallow it? Dolce Gabbana, I bought it, now you model it. If your essay trick, then I'ma hit him with them hollow tips. That shit hot flame, let's go and die. Just that real hip hop. Hey, flaming shot. So you lames can stop. Cause we flaming hot. Just that real hip hop. Hey, flaming shot. So you lames can stop. Cause we flaming hot. They jockers in the game like a MJ fadeaway. They gon' know my name, it ain't never gon' fade away. One bullet plus your face, nigga, that equals a takeaway. Bust through like a fullback, nigga, I'ma make a way. Taking shots,
young nigga like a Steve Nash breakaway.
Me and Flame holding shit down like a fucking paperweight.
Working hard to kill a nigga, homie, you could call it Labor Day.
Use a bitch, homie, gon' drink on your haterade.
Rapping about where them quarters that we blitz you like a quarterback.
Where your daughter at? She into sacks like Warren Sapp.
Make you fumble your nuts like you was hit by a cornerback.
You wanna battle rap, so act like you want it, black.
Separate your nuts and put your brains where the cattle's at.
Time to go, nigga, get your ass in the Cadillac.
Lollygagging this shit, talking, nigga, we ain't having that.
Hip hop is coming back. Imagine
It's
that.
that real hip hop.
Flaming shot,
So you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot,
So you lames can stop.
cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop. We won't flip flop. Watch when the album drop. That'll be something you cop. It's flaming chalk. Man, nigga know that we hot.
We on the spot, nigga, and we not young jock. We got them Glocks pop.
Aim and pop. Give me 3 seconds. Let me reload the clock.
Tick, 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 goes the clock on the wall. Don't give a motherfuck that you all gon' fall. We all gon' ball. We up in the mall, buying anything we see.
We your enemy with the beef ready to creep. Chop, chop, and flame, flame. We on your street. Real hip hop shit. This really is classic. When I'm spitting off my tongue, it could get drastic. It could get nasty. Wrap you in plastic. Show your boy that you ain't nothing but a bastard. Slash the actress
Flame, don't do them like that. They know that shit whack with them elementary raps. Why you even think about putting that on wax? Nigga, I'm spitting facts, the truth. When I strap up my black boots, my troops coming through.
I pop shots where your kids at. Put the Glock to your nuts and push your kids back like where your sperm like burn you like perm. And I bet you learn you ain't fucking with a flaming jock, you're getting burnt.
Hey, hey, hey. And we ain't never heard nothing like this
We
before.
did that shit that y'all think that the famous do, and we did that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
We the shit, nigga.
Hey, we ain't never heard nothing like this. We hot, and we not gonna stop. We not gonna stop.
This chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. I'm leaning to the side, man. Yo, everybody vibing, the lights flashing, ain't nobody hiding. We full of passion. I see this chick smiling. With her action, she said she from an island. I'm just passing. I said stop lying. We started laughing. Girl, what you drinking? I'm on that captain. Now we on pink panties with a napkin. I got a blunt dipped in brandy that we passing. Now we leaning to the side in the bass bay. She feeling on my thigh, my chain swinging, feeling alright now. The game changing, right on time now. We both swaying, do that new style now. Bojangles, I wanna see your tatas. Those jangles, what about your now guys? I need angles, call me your papa. Grab your ankles, move like chaka chaka. When it's anal, I got to get ya. And it's painful, split you like a swisher. With a label, you know we can make it without being naked. We can make them think we faking, shake it. Make me take it. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. This trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. 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 If you got a cup, put that shit up. Lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you got a fat cat and your drawers and bra match, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you just got off of work and your fucking feet hurt, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you shine fly and everybody know your ass high, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. Yes, I am drinking more than this shit. Yeah. This damn green, man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean, man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, man, you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. I'm riding clean and I'm flying down the freeway. Nowhere to be, so I'm taking me a free day. If it's a driving, best to listen to what he say. I'm higher than a child on the first day of pre-K. Drive slow, I ain't tripping on the delay. The cup I'm sipping on is giving dumb leeway. Anyway, the optimal ashes spilling on my cat case instead of the ashtray. Brush it off and keep it moving on. Shift my attention to what else I could be doing wrong. Sure, it's someone on my phone I could be screwing on. So you alone, bring your whole crew along. Sit around the table playing beer pong. She drunk, she bending over and she got a clear thong. I'm looking from the back, man, I got an ass on. Wake up on my back, where the grass come from. This damn green, man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean, man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, and you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. This damn green, man, it's got me sitting sideways. This damn lean, man, it's got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, man, you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. I'm the king and we gon' do the things my way. I wanna see you in skinny jeans on Friday. When I'm leaning to the left, you better be leaning in the right way. I'm cleaner than a washing machine. If you hyperallergenic, get your antihistamine. You're like a tight wad caught in between a foot of latrine and a pistol with some fiend. Gotta get the cream is on top. ACE, we the team that won't stop. They calling me the dean cause I teach them what's hot. Thought you were the new thing, we can see that you're not. We have to get mean cause we're taking your spot. We wanna get a ring, sit in championship box. Call up your queens and tell them get clocked. Women see the muscle is supreme, your boys gon' kick rock. This damn green, man, got me sitting sideways. This damn lean, man, got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, man, you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. This damn green, man, got me sitting sideways. This damn lean, man, got me sitting sideways. I'm on the scene, man, you know I'm sitting sideways. You don't feel like me, that's why you looking at me sideways. We thought you were the new thing, but we can see that you're not. Yo, we thought you were the new thing, but we can see that you're not. If you got your own and you clean, drop it like it's hot. If you got your own and you clean, drop it like it's hot. Everybody say wow. How you gon' jock my side? Say wow. How you gon' jock my side? Say wow. How you gon' jock my side? Say wow. How you gon' jock my style?
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take my word for it. Look that shit up, please. How y'all feel out there tonight? I meant to come on much earlier. I had to take a nap. I was running around like crazy, so I had to come in and take a little like cat nap. Literally, it was like 45 minutes. Just so I know that I won't fucking like poop out on the show, you know? Because I would have ran out of steam on the show. But I'm here for y'all. I try to keep my schedule. You know what I'm saying? It's a business. I'm not playing. By the way, click like, share it, subscribe. Subscribe to the backup page, King Chucky ENT. Check us out on Spotify, Apple, Rumble, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. We everywhere, baby. Anywho, I think I really want to get into something right away, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna scroll first. Oh yeah, this is really. Oh wait, let me see.
Her to answer the question.
You're
I'm not asking another
Oh
question.
no,
Senator Coons.
Why are you not allowing her to answer the question? There's
You're
not
over
another
the time
senator
by
here
2.5
that you've not allowed her to answer the question. I'm not asking another question, but allow her to answer the question, Chairman Durbin.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin.
Why do you not want the American people to know what happened in the Stewart case or any of these cases? Chairman Durbin, I've never seen.
fuck. I'm gonna get a fucking strike for that shit.
You've not allowed her to answer the question. I'm not asking another question, but allow her to answer the question, Chairman Durbin.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin.
Why do you not want the American people to know what happened in the Stewart case or any of these cases? Chairman Durbin, I've never seen the chairman refuse to allow a witness to answer a question. You can bang it as loud as you want.
Well, I can just tell you, at some point you have to follow the rules.
Okay, will you let her answer the question? You've been interrupting, and by the way, with Senator Graham, it went 10 minutes over. You've taken a big chunk of the time. Will you allow her to answer the question?
You've given her.
Why are you afraid of her? She's welcome to answer it right now. Will you let her?
Senator Coons.
Will you let? So no, you don't want her to answer the question?
Senator Coons.
Will you let her answer the question?
Senator Coons.
Why are you not allowing her to answer the question? There's not another senator here that you've not allowed her to answer the question. I'm not asking another question, but allow her to answer the question, Chairman Durbin.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin.
Why do you not want the American people to know what happened in the Stewart case or any of these cases? Chairman Durbin, I've never seen the chairman refuse to allow a witness.
It says Senator Coons. Wow. Out of time. Senator Cruz yells questions at Senator Durbin, tries to gavel him quiet on the third day of Judge Jackson's Supreme Court confirmation hearings. It says his political career is over. He'll never win a general election. That's what y'all are watching. I don't know about that, bruh. Who was that? Mortal Technique? I don't think so, Mortal Technique. I completely disagree, bro. Everybody hates him here in Texas, but he still keeps winning elections. I think it's kind of like New York. Like, the more they hate you, the more they just like, I don't know. It's something weird about that shit. We have to vote for him. They ain't ready for her. I like how she is calm, but ready for this to be over with. They just show out because it's televised. Those meetings behind scenes be totally different. Did they do all this with the last Supreme Court nominee who most certainly was not qualified? Yeah, this chick is overqualified. I was looking at that. She checks more boxes than anybody else on the damn thing. Let's see. She's like, when y'all get through, I need to see Ted Cruz college transcripts. I have some questions about his credentials. Durbin for the win. Judge Jackson on to SC. Let's go. She's going to get it. This is all theater, like Pat say all the time. It's theater. She's going to get it. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, it's just like the picture Doc just sent me. I guess I can show it. It's freaking tokenism. Is tokenism the word I'm looking for? I guess tokenism is the word I'm looking for. It's not anything substantial. First black woman Supreme Court justice. Okay. That's cool. I ain't mad at it. But at the same time, I'm not impressed either. Look at this. So it says, what does this say? It's delivered to the memory of Rosa Parks. So it's a yellow seat on the bus right next to the handicap seat. So yeah, you could sit right here, sit right up front, right here, right up front. Totally fine. See, Rosa Parks did that. Now you can sit right here. You should be thankful. Thank Rosa Parks that you could sit in this yellow seat right here that we dedicated to her. Don't you feel good about sitting in this yellow seat? Don't you feel good about the progress that black people have made in the United States of America? Look at it. We got our own seat on the bus. And we got a black Supreme Court justice. Black woman. Don't forget the woman part. A black woman Supreme Court justice. So you niggas should be happy. That's y'all reparations right there. What is you talking about? Reparations. You don't need no reparations. We put an old girl on the $20 bill or whatever. We gave y'all a fucking yellow seat on the bus. You know what I'm saying? We did a statue for George Floyd. Yeah, we did that. That's all for you. That's all for you, baby. Out of love. We love you, black people in the United States. We really do. Slavery is over. Jim Crow, segregation, all that shit is over. Time for y'all to get on with y'all life. Stop complaining. Go back to work. Shit. If you was working, you wouldn't have time to be doing all that damn complaining. So what you need to be doing is reading your Bible, and you need to be going to work. That's what you need to do. You ain't protesting and shit. You ain't got no time for that. Go take your go back to work.
And if he wins, he's still gonna get that mic time. Kanye don't give a fuck about the Grammy. We make our own Grammy. I don't get in those politics, bro. I'm not trying to fit in somebody else's system. So we just create our own, so we ain't gotta worry about nobody else's rules.
I feel it.
What's the purpose of having money if you gotta worry about people's rules? You know, as long as you ain't breaking no law. It's not for them to judge who's hot. It's for us. That's right. They don't tell us. They really shouldn't be giving us the award. We should be giving them the award. They gotta respect our culture.
If Kanye wins, isn't it the same situation? He's just gonna get on the mic and say what he says, right?
I don't get into all of that, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like when we got nominated.
Yeah, I feel that. I ain't gonna lie. Back in the days, I used to want to have a Grammy, but then I realized it was like one of them token Negro, just like the damn yellow seat.
I'm asking questions about my money. Suddenly, Lori Schiller has got no response regarding my money. I want my money. This is not fair. And Wells Fargo has no questions and answers with regarding my money. This is not fair. And Lori Schiller and Wells Fargo have this guardianship petition about keeping me away from my money. This is not right. And you know this is not fair. And this guy named Bernie Young, I know for a fact that Bernie Young used my American Express.
The bitch look high. What the hell happened? Did she get to come back to her show? I really don't care. That's why I don't know anything about it. Like, last I heard, she got sick and she wasn't on the show. I ain't heard shit else since then, like, because I don't really give a fuck. But they fucking her out of money or something? I don't know. And I don't care. What is this? For Coke and tipped me $7,000. Oh, she's a flight attendant. I hate these damn noises. Why you gotta put the fucking sounds in all that shit? I'm about to go into what I want to talk about because I'm going to talk about Native Americans. I want to talk about aggression. What did I name it? History, natives, and aggression. Yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about. And try to connect all that shit around. And maybe you guys can learn something. Maybe your perspective will change. Or maybe you open your mind to some things. Holy shit. He must have been freaking out because she don't look like, they probably have she don't look like a pet owner. She looks like she didn't know what she was doing. And the snake looked like it didn't really know her. But they do freak out when it's feeding time. But as a pet owner, you know that. Anyways, I don't approve of snakes as pets. I really don't approve of many pets at all. There goes the same clip. The best clip I saw was the one where they just did clips of her facial expressions. It was perfect. Matter of fact, can I pull that up? Let me see. What is it? How do I do that? I'm trying to see if I can do this right quick. I put it on my, what's the name? My story. Did it go away? Fuck it. I ain't gonna waste time on that. It's gonna end up popping up anyway. It was her face. Somebody compiled some clips of her facial expressions, throughout the questioning, and it's priceless because her face just says it all.
The ad features Chris Horwang, a Thai actress / singer / DJ / white skin product promoter. If I stop taking care of myself, everything I've worked for, the whiteness I've invested in, maybe
Man, there they go with the fucking music again. I swear I'm gonna get in trouble this episode. That's why I'm not streaming live to my main channel, because I can't risk it. On this backup channel, they can give me a strike and I'm good. But if they give me a strike on that channel, it's a wrap. Not broadcasting live on there for a while, y'all.
And this much money on something that shouldn't be this much money? I'm gonna talk about this shit.
I got gas today too. It did kind of hurt.
Be like, stop talking about gas prices. Look, when I spend this much money on something that shouldn't be this much money,
$116.
I'm gonna talk about this shit.
I wonder what he drives.
Comedians.
Babe. Yes. Was you really at Tasha's house trying to fight her today? Was. And you keyed the lady car?
Oh my God.
As Langston Hughes wrote, "Oh, let America be America again."
Timmy was funny. I think I'm gonna play that clip.
Yet must be the land where everyone is free. Oh, yes, I say
he was making fun of Cory Booker.
Never was America to me, but I swear this oath, America will be. That is the story of how you got to this desk. You and I and everyone here, generations of folk.
He's so funny without even trying.
America, I'm Irish. You may say, no, Irish or dogs need to fly, but I'm going to show this country that I can be free here.
He's not trying to be funny.
This country love me as much as I love it.
Are you going to cry, Corey?
Americans forced into near
slave
labor,
don't shed tears, bro.
Connecting our country. Saw the ugliest of America, but they were going to build their home here and say, America, you may not love me yet, but I'm going to make this nation.
Can you stick your head any further up in her ass?
As Langston Hughes wrote, "Oh, let America be America again."
Cory Booker is hilarious, bro. He ran for president. Let me see. I got to have this. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong channel. Give me a second, y'all. I'm finding this. My hands are all sweaty, so it makes it hard. Like I got hyperhidrosis or whatever. Like my hands and feet are always sweaty. It makes it hard because this particular laptop is kind of old school, or simple, whatever you want to call it. Where's Timmy? Oh, here we go. Timmy.
Sentencing.
I want to hear the Cory Booker jokes. It was so fucking funny.
Oh my God!
I'll start the beginning.
Away for Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Is about the progress that we've made in this country in a very short period of time, I would say. Seems like a long time, but one generation, we've gone from the reality of my parents' upbringing to the reality of mine. And I do consider myself, having been born in 1970, to be the first generation to benefit from the civil rights movement, from the legacy of all of the work of so many people that went into changing the laws in this country so that people like me could have an opportunity to be sitting here before you today.
That's fair.
And look, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have not been paying much attention to it.
Me neither.
I just haven't.
It's the donkey and pony show.
I told everyone
I used to
that
be
I'm
into
sticking
that
by my
shit.
guns.
Because I
I'm
love
not
politics.
super excited. I know some people are. Don't get me wrong. You can be. I'm just not. Let me explain. I look at it like this, and I know this is cynical, but hey, man, I've been here for a while.
I don't watch those hearings no more, though.
It's just so revolutionary you're going to be in a job like that. Yeah, like they don't, all the revolutionary inside of you, by the time you get an opportunity to be on a short list for Supreme Court Justice of the United States, all of the revolution has been beaten out of you.
Yep.
I don't care who you are. All the hippy dippiness.
Yeah, this is not going
all
to be
the
no
fight the power.
Dramatic change
That
or
was
anything.
gone decades ago.
We're going to forget all about it after the confirmation.
A rock
It won't be a
throw
story no more.
from the most powerful bench in the land. Oh, that's gone. It's in your review. You know, it's so far in your review, you can't even see it anymore. It's over the horizon. It's just you being that person. If you ever were that person. I'm not even certain Ketanji Brown was ever that person.
Maybe she wasn't. Ever.
But if you were ever that person, that was a long time ago. Because revolutionaries don't get chosen for jobs like that.
Nope.
Yeah, so any thoughts of this man?
Think they would have put Huey
it
P.
being
Newton on the
this
Supreme
radical?
Court?
No. You have to be picked. I imagine Ketanji Brown is as radical as Obama was. We saw how that turned out. Symbolically, a very great statement.
Yeah, that's all it is.
But actually,
tokenism.
Pretty much status quo. It's only a great statement because America's so racist. That's all.
The bar,
it's
the bar
just
is so
radical
low.
because the person's brown, or the person in this case is brown and a woman, but that's all it is.
The bar
There's
is
nothing
that
else
low.
radical. This is a learned person, a person highly educated, Harvard Law Review, 2-time Harvard graduate, undergrad and law school. Like this is not Medea. This is not Flavor Flav. You know, like people talk, like if you listen to Tucker Carlson, you would think that Ketanji is like just like Nicki Minaj's little sister or something. Like, well, we need to get a black woman. This old nigga one. Hey, black lady, come here, sister. Hey.
Did y'all hear them freaking somebody compiled a clip of all of the times that they mispronounced her name and all the different ways they were saying her name. They're really struggling with saying her name. And I think it's racism, bro. I'm sorry. Like, that's racism. Like, her name is not hard to say. It's like Kamala. Same thing. They kept mispronouncing her name. And her name is simple as fuck. Get the fuck out of here. It's like a disrespect too, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, the system still, you know, it still has this chauvinism or whatever, male patriarchal thing going on where they like to like beat up on the women literally and figuratively and you know what I'm saying, emotionally. That's what they was doing to her during this thing. That's all it was a she got jumped in.
Somewhat progressive or whatever, but the point is, as qualified as the rest of these mofos up on the bench. She's not 100 years old. and she's went to school, and she's a judge already. Like, she's already a judge, Johnson. She was so horrible, she wouldn't already be a judge, so I guess that's something. And she's also been, just some things like she, done some things that were somewhat progressive or whatever. But the point is, if you listen to the conservatives, I'm sure now, I have not been watching much. Right? But already, but just the lead up, I knew all they're gonna do is use all those stupid talking points.
They asked her a series of the dumbest questions
they don't have enough Republican senators to stop her, so she's gonna get confirmed.
Dumb question.
What we're watching now is just an exercise. Look what we can do. Look what we can do.
Exactly.
Look what we can do.
See, that's what it is. Like I say, it's just
that's all it is, Johnson.
Beating her up.
You get what I'm saying?
Like, let's soften her up a bit.
So it's not a radical pick as people think, other than we got the first black woman. That's a big deal. Don't get it twisted. I understand that's a big deal. But it should not be a big deal because she's effing qualified.
Exactly.
Okay?
It should not be.
It's kind of an insult.
And it's really not.
That white people think there's always going to only be white people. Oh my God. That's crazy. You go get us, you make us property, you make us do your work, and then, 200 years later, some of us get jobs. You go, what the hell are they doing getting jobs, Johnson? So, yeah, some people are really smart. Smart is smart. So yeah.
Get to the Cory Booker.
So that's gonna happen, I think. But anyway, so I'm not excited about it, nor am I in trepidation. Some people too high, some people too low. I'm like right here, Johnson. Come on, man, I'm right here. I expect there to be some things that if she gets on this bench, there'll be some things, some of her rulings I will like and some I won't like as much. Pretty much what we expect.
Yeah.
Right here.
She'll probably be with Sotomayor
58-degree day.
On a lot of stuff.
58 degrees.
They very similar.
You need a jacket.
But they both came from like, I want to say they both came from like upscale families, bro. Like none.
Damn sure don't need sunglasses.
Neither one of them know anything about the
put
hood.
Away the sunbathing cream.
And
sunscreen.
Jackson's married to a white dude, so that, I mean.
So what I do have for you on this is
what's the connection? Kamala's married to a white dude. And
Cory Booker.
Yeah.
Cory Booker was asking the questions. This is day 2. Cory Booker asked him some questions. And look, don't you just love it when you're on the right, when your teammates are playing with you? They toss the ball to you nice and slow over the mound.
That's what he was doing. Since they were beating her up, he decided to just like.
Here goes a clip of Cory Booker. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Just want you to see how
stick
nice
his head
it
up in her ass and try to,
with the people that are asking questions like you.
So you said in your opening remarks
it's not even really
you
a
haven't
question.
been as good of a parent, I think if I'm paraphrasing right, as good as a mom as you'd like to be. And I looked at your 2 girls, and I look at you, and I don't understand that statement. Could you maybe explain for me what you meant, and maybe take one more beat and explain to me what it means to you to be a mom of 2 young women growing up in America today?
Thank you, Senator. What I said in my statement was that
Hi, I'm Cory Booker. I just want to say, you're amazing. I want to point out that you are everything I've ever dreamed of being. You are fantastic. And I am the former mayor of Newark. I am a senator. And I am mixed and vegan. And I'm no longer married. I'm no longer dating. We need more love. We need more love. Being Cory Booker's hard, but you, Ketanji Brown, said something that I think I can focus on for the next couple of minutes that'll make people donate to me. It will really help you have a tender moment because the main conservatives, the Republicans, those dregs from hell, are going to ask dumb questions.
And that's what they did, too.
Now, we already know what Ketanji Brown said. I mean, come on, Johnson. I mean, she's a smart lady. I wanted to be a great mom, but I worked so hard.
Yeah. It's really funny to me when he makes fun of Cory Booker. I don't know why, bro. Cory Booker is like a cartoon character to me, bro. He's like, let me jump out there and say in the debates, he had a clip from the debates where, because what's his name? Who was that? Somebody was up there and they kept on using Spanish. Who was it? Damn it, I can't remember. Somebody kept would say something and then they would say it in Spanish. And Cory Booker was making fun of him and he was like, wait, no. He was like, wait, let me say that in Spanish. No. It was hilarious. Because the other guy was just throwing Spanish around like for no reason at all. Like for no reason at all. The dude was just throwing Spanish around. Like, you know, it's kind of like it's similar to like the dog whistles for the white supremacists. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, to my Latinos and my Latinas out there, I speak Spanish, so vote for me. Let me see. I want to look at some. I don't know. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. I want to show some maps and stuff right quick. And we're going to move into some history. Boom. JT, can you turn the TV down? This is not the right fucking screen. Where the hell is it? Here it is. Okay. I don't know. How well can y'all see this? Can I make it bigger? I don't think I can make it bigger. Oh, yes I can. All right. Let's look at the top up here. So this is like a map of cultural areas. Okay. These are the names of the native tribes that was here and the areas that they inhabited on this map right here. And it should be pretty accurate. I don't know what the date is. I probably would have to scroll to see what the date is that this. It doesn't matter though. The names, a lot of the names, and some of, the Europeans are the ones who made this. So the names will be off sometimes, because you know how they are. So let's look at this. Down at the bottom here, they got Olmecs, and then Zapotecs, Mixtecs, Aztecs, the Toltecs. I wonder why they didn't show Coyoacán on there. And when you go up north out of Mexico, you got the Kiowas, Osaga Wichitas, the Pawnees up in the plains, the Arapahoes. You got the Utis over here in the west. What is it? Navajos, Rio Grande Pueblo Apaches. Further west, the Gosutis, Washos, Pautes, Yaroks, Pamos, Yokuts, Chamesh. Going up, the Chinooks. Up north, going into Canada, you got Cossacks, Chippewanis, Crees. The guy who I was talking to, who I interviewed, he said he was Cree. And they got it right up here where he said that they were from, too. So that shows the accuracy on that. And I didn't know that at that time. Y'all can go watch that video. It was, what was the name of that video? Fuck, I can't remember the name of that video. A white dude got on. He jumped on the podcast. What was his name? His name is the name of the video. Kamaru Fresh. Kamaru Fresh. That's the name of the video. And we talked about it. He was a Cree. He's talking about his mom. Interesting. Going further north, you got Eskimos. It says yellow knives, dog ribs, Kuchins, Morlocks, Tamanis, Alutes, fucking let me see. I'm gonna click some more slides. Here, let me see what this one is. Is this one any better? I think this one is better. Which one is it? Yeah, this one. So see, it's like the same map, but I think this one, does it show the time? Geography, skill builder, region, which native questions. Yeah, but I think this one it looks more accurate. Maybe it's because of the time, because it should have a date, because all this stuff changes with time. Some of these names are the same, but I didn't see the Lakota on the other one. Iroquois, the Cayuga, Mohawk, Oneida, Comanche, Navajo, Hopi. Some of these I didn't see. They didn't mention the Maya in the other one. Give me a second, y'all, because I haven't even looked at this shit before I did this. Great Plains, Great Basin, Plateau. Y'all don't want to see that. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see. I really want to show. I'm trying to work my way to the because people don't know. Like, people keep saying what they think they know, but they don't, and it's irritating to me. Hold on. Mississippian archaeology. What are temple mounds used for? We could talk about some of this right quick. A bit of information. Let me show you. And I'm gonna read the comments too. Comments. I've got only one question of a Supreme Court justice. Will you uphold the law by the Constitution even when it does not agree with your personal beliefs in politics? Right? And she basically said that too, because they asked her what was her religion. What they say? No, Lindsey Graham. He asked her, how often do you go to church or something like that? How do you deal with your spirituality? And she was like, no, I don't feel comfortable answering that question because I don't want people to think that my personal beliefs or whatever would influence my judgments. Yeah, you remembered Kamaru Fresh. You saw that episode, huh? He says, I'm Lakota. My son is Comanche Cherokee. This stuff is really interesting, bro. This is American fucking history. So if your people been here longer than a few generations, then you probably related. Which one am I looking at? Right here. It says important themes of Mississippian archaeology. Themes. The fluidity of Mississippian socio-political formations over time, organizations, diversity, a shift in emphasis from hierarchical organizations and vertical social differentiations to greater interest in decentralized structures and horizontal social differentiation and awareness of histories. What are temple mounds used for? Temple mounds are truncated pyramidal platforms. They have no function other than providing a raised surface for temples on their surfaces. These temples are houses of chiefs and priests. They are never more than 2 on a temple platform at any given time. They are indicative of the rank of chiefs that lived in them. They are associated with other high-ranking statuses and activities like craft specialization. You know, we got those mounds. They're all over the place. They're still there. They have burials of chiefs in their floors. This is where all of the SECC exotic artifacts have come from. They're showing like a diagram of how that would look. Look how brown they made that guy. Note. I guess this is an illustration of how they would build a house. I don't know how accurate that one is. Sometimes the illustrations be off. The funeral of Tattooed Serpent, the war chief and brother of the paramount chief known as the Great Son of Natchez chiefdom at the fatherland site witnessed by the French explorer Lepage de Prats in 1720. The paramount chief of the Natchez, the Great Son, being carried on a litter. Okay. The fatherland site known as the Grand Village of the Natchez, which was visited in 1720 by the French explorer Lepage de Prats. Mound B is where the residence of the paramount chief Tattooed Serpent was located. So that's a diagram to show it. No, you don't care about those details. I want to get to... It says, notice that the red clay hills or sites are not associated with rivers. There are no breads on string. Instead, a shotgun settlement pattern. So, like, that's how they can identify a lot of stuff is by that. Because what we're studying right now is we're talking about how, like, these people started using corn, right? And so it changed their society. And you can tell the ones that had domesticated corn and was using it by the way their houses was built and other stuff like that. Their pottery. So the symbolism is really interesting. The stuff with the panther, the horned serpent. I don't know if they're going to show that in here. Because a lot of these are illustrations of artifacts that they found right here, or pictures of them. Yeah, so pretty cool stuff. But what I wanted to highlight was that like the violence, because see, like in this picture right here, this is like a deity or whatever, but you see he's holding a human head. So humans are really violent towards each other and have been historically. And people like to say this group or that group is... Well, I don't know how you can measure that shit. Let me see. Mississippian. I got Clovis points. Let's go back to earlier stuff so people can kind of understand this a little bit. Let's see if this one is what I'm looking for. Structures of complexity, kinship, descent types. So people won't really understand this stuff, like, and how it's set up, like the matriarchal system, and how, like, it was like the uncles, you know, because that is the matriarchal lineage. And people don't understand the lineages because we got these European colonizers. They got us on this patriarchal thing where, you know, your sons, it's the sons, your son's son, you know? But that's not really how we did it. Oh man, they're making me download this shit. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Why are they making me download that? I don't want to download it. Peopling of North America. Hold on, let me see. Hopefully we got some graphics. Damn, they keep making me want to open them hoes like that. How come I can't just fucking open them online, bro? I'm gonna play a video or something while I get my shit together, y'all. Hold on. Cause I don't have nobody to talk while I'm doing this. I usually be fucking around while everybody's talking, so that's how I get shit together. Oh, that movie fucking did y'all see this shit? Can I play this? Can I even play this? I'm probably gonna get in trouble for playing this, but check this out.
15 minutes into the hunt, I was going to turn it off because it looked stupid and I hated the bimbo protagonist. But then her head exploded from a bullet and my miserable frown was turned upside down. So, who do we follow now? Maybe this guy. He seems like the standard handsome lead. Oh, no, he stepped on a landmine. Just before this landmine bit, there was a hilarious bit where the guy helps this woman out of a spike pit.
It's my birthday tomorrow.
Come on, reach for me. Come on. Come on. Happy birthday on 3, okay? 1, 2, happy birthday.
What makes this funny is she's somehow walking away from this without being a human water fountain of spewing blood. You had a spike jam through your body. What's going on? And to make it funnier, she somehow lands back in the same trap. What's going on? Why is this movie so damn funny? I was not expecting this at all. It features no actors I've ever heard of before, except for Glenn Howerton. This man is legendary.
I have contained my rage for as long as possible, but
Why
I shall
the
unleash my
frick
fury
is it
upon
doing
you
that?
like the crashing
Is
of
it because of the Chrome?
I only wish he had a bigger part in the movie, honestly. Also, this movie's a Blumhouse production, who mostly make cheap, terrible horror movies. And also the incredible movie Whiplash somehow. Now, I'm not going to say The Hunt is anywhere near as good as a movie like Whiplash, but if you're looking for a good waste of an afternoon, it's on Netflix in the UK right now. And boy, what a great opportunity this would have been to be sponsored by a VPN. But I'm not big enough to sell out just yet. Maybe next year. To give this movie some slight criticism, the establishing shot is boring as hell. They explain the premise of this movie by showing you some text messages. I don't think you could come up with a less exciting way to do this. But this whole texting thing does serve some purpose later on, which I won't go into. Not because I don't want to spoil it or anything, but it's just not that interesting. I'm going to give you what this movie doesn't, and that's an interesting way of delivering basic plot information through the power of hilarious YouTube content. So the elite left set up a game to hunt down the low-class right. And that's not me getting political. This movie reminds you several times that the elite left liberals are the evil sociopaths here, and the right are scummy, intolerant douches, worthy of nothing more than being hunted like animals. I would say this movie has a political agenda, but honestly, they make everyone look like dicks. Which, you know, fair play, I guess.
Listen, if we don't have at least one person of color in this, it is going to be problematic.
I'm playing an Arab refugee. I'm from Connecticut.
Y'all should go see that if y'all haven't. The Hunt is pretty freaking entertaining, bro. Like that was a very entertaining movie. It was like a little, I don't know what you would call it, thriller, but it was hilarious. I ain't gonna lie, I can't find what I was looking for. I mean I can, but it won't let me. I think it's because normally I'm under my Microsoft Windows, and I I do the show under Chrome. I try to keep my school and my business stuff or whatever separate. It's just a way to keep me more organized. But I was trying to pull that up. I can't share another. It has to be a Chrome tab because I'm under Chrome. Yeah, I'll check this out. This is supposed to, it says oldest Native American footage. So it's crazy to think about, that they had cameras, right? Wasn't that long ago. That's why it's crazy how, just like they do with slavery, it's like they act like, it was so long ago. But it wasn't. The United States is a young country. The United States basically had to eradicate these people to become a country. 1895, among the oldest audio recordings of Native American music. I don't know how trustworthy that would be. It says Hedwigchi dance celebrated warriors. Yeah, I don't trust that at all. But I'm sure some are like that. Looks like pieces of a movie right there. So they're splicing shit, but I'm sure some of this is good. I don't know how they could get away with calling it that without having some good stuff in it. Yeah, look at that. Pretty crazy. And look how brown they are too. Nope. Can barely see. Damn, cameras sucked back then, I guess. Oldest known footage of Native Americans. September 24th, 1894. What the fuck? Are you fucking serious? What, they had them doing a play for them or something? Okay. I'm done. Disappointing. I don't know, y'all. Somebody need to click in and talk to me so I won't be so lame.
Hughes wrote, "Oh, let America be."
My brain can.
Call me Mufasa. You're
If you go to the
Oh my god, the music is so annoying on the internet, bruh. The internet, the sounds on the internet is so annoying. Is it just me? She's funny. Oh, y'all, I'm not feeling it, bro, because I couldn't pull up what the fuck I wanted to pull up. It kept trying to download it, talking about it's going to be a virus or some shit, talking about it's dangerous for your computer and shit. It's probably because, like I say, I don't want to read it because I'm not under my normal browser. So I don't want to fuck up my computer. So irritating. I have some other shit though. More annoying noise. Fuck, man. So irritating. Catfish like hot dogs. Oh shit! What kind of fish is that? Fish got her whole damn hand. Bet you she got some scratches. Her hand was all the way down his throat. Stupid music. Oh, I have something else for y'all, but I was planning on getting to that later. So, but I guess I'll go.
Move. And if you are not moving, something is broken.
Ah, fuck me running. Putin. Get my brain
Number of
cleared
measures
up.
to move payments.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Okay, yeah.
For our natural gas to delivered to the so-called hostile countries for Russian rubles. That is, to refuse to use all the compromised.
What the fuck happened? That's all right. I'm here still. My camera looks really good, even with the green screen background. I'm a professional. I keeps it moving. Where the hell is everybody? Fucking it makes my flow not good. But Ketanji Brown.
Of suit up, the one and only Xavier Pope. Welcome to the Karen Hunter Show.
Hey, Karen.
Hi. Hey, Xavier. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I just came from hot yoga because I had to get my mind right after hearing the foolishness in this Senate confirmation hearings of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. I just had to get my mind right. He's just out of control right now.
So I want to put the call out, 866-801-8255. Yesterday was triggering, and I don't know if if you feel this way, but to get to a place, you've been through law school, you've been navigating these corporate spaces. For many of us, and I've been in maybe too many rooms to say, with people who didn't have my credentials, didn't have my talent, didn't have my, my je ne sais quoi, whatever. But I'm their subordinate. You know what I'm saying? Or they're over me, and they have the the audacity to kind of like, and this is the way I felt. There's a woman, Marsha Blackburn, who has a degree in home economics. So shout out to everybody that has a degree in home economics. God bless you. I ain't mad at you for getting a degree in home economics, but please know that you are not on the level of Ketanji Brown Jackson to even utter critical race theory. And you do not have the abilities that this woman has. And it's like, outside of maybe Cory Booker and maybe two others, who's a Rhodes Scholar, by the way. And I'm not putting a lot of, but I'm saying you had to do something academically to get a law degree as you have. She went to Harvard twice, got a law degree, has been judge and has been lawyered in different areas. Like, y'all asking dumb questions to this woman who's an intellectual giant. And I feel like many of us have been in a room with people, low-level, mediocre people who somehow have a position over you, the audacity to question you. Talk about that, Xavier.
Well, Karen, it's not about.
What's up, Pat? You there? I think I'm.
Yeah, man. What's up, man? What's up?
What's going on, bro? How you feel?
Not too bad, man.
Yeah.
Whew, they got me. I ended up on a late night shift. I'm driving. I'm getting ready to start driving in another hour.
Oh shit. Yeah, well, that's kind of good for me then, right? Unless you finna take a nap.
No, I just woke up.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Man, I lost half my audience fucking pressing buttons on the damn screen and shit. It's all good though. Fucking I was talking about Ketanji Brown a bit earlier. I want to talk about the Ukraine again. But these dudes from the gray zone, is this shit gonna be here? Where is it? I hope it's here. I watched a bit of some of those videos you sent me too.
You did what?
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Fucking this dude, Scott Ritter. I want to just probably jump to the middle of this and just play a bit because I don't remember where it was, but right up in here, this dude was like, I think some of the comments said these guys are gonna have to leave out of the states after this. Anyways, this is Aramate and Max Blumenthal on the gray zone, and they're talking to Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter is a former arms inspector, former analyst, and he worked in Russia a bit. So, and anyways, well, he's a nobody now, but his speculations are so fucking. Anyways,
administration. I mean, I can't let this conversation go without getting your thoughts on this longtime American diplomat who was so consequential in so many U.S. interventions. Let's just watch this interaction between Madeleine Albright. I think a lot of people will forget about it, and I have a little bit of biographical information on her here. This is her at a book event in Prague. Those are Serbians.
Do you remember Madeleine Albright?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
She passed away. I think today.
Here it comes. Disgusting Serbs, she said. Disgusting Serbs. So that's the late Madeleine Albright. And as I say in this tweet, she was the born Yana Korbelova. She was the daughter of Joseph Korbel, who is a anti-communist former Czech diplomat who despised Tito. He was actually brought to the United States to, I believe, the University of Denver through a CIA program. And her mentor was, and the family owned land in Galicia, which was taken by Tito. So sort of a lifelong anti-communist jihad was passed down to her as she was mentored by Zbigniew Brzezinski, I believe, at Georgetown University. It was his family who owned land in Galicia, I'm sorry. He was a son of a diplomat who fought with Poland's national army, the national army, I believe, of Joseph Pilsudski, who's actually sort of an inspiration to the Azov battalion in Ukraine. And they fought against the USSR. And so you see this kind of old world hostility pouring out in this exchange with Serbs who had come to protest her at a book event. And this book was, about the fascism today. And basically every country that Albright doesn't like, specifically Russia, is fascist. And we have to commit regime change to end fascism. It's a very crude portrayal or perspective on the world that I think informs a lot of the people, Scott, that you mentioned who are not Russia experts, but are sort of just ideologues controlling Biden's policy. But what are your thoughts on Albright?
Well, Madeleine and I have a long history together. if you want a little war story, I can give you a little war story. In 1998, I had been thrown out of Iraq, called a CIA stooge and the world's worst person and all that. All of it's true except the CIA part. But I went to the White House because the question was, how do we respond to this? So I went to the White House, the Situation Room, and I briefed them on potential response options. And I said, we can't let the Iraqis get away with this. They don't get to pick who the chief inspector is. My boss, Richard Butler, does. And if Richard Butler chooses me to go in, you guys need to back me up. And they said, no, you got to go in because you were singled out. And we also have to, at that time, while we're doing this, Kofi Annan had gone to Iraq and come up with a deal to allow inspectors into sensitive sites, into presidential sites. So it was decided that I was going to test the sensitive site modalities. And I said, we can go in heavy, we can go in light, we can go in the middle. And I gave a list of targets. The US at the last second threw in the Ministry of Defense. And I said, whoa, we don't have a legitimate arms control reason at this time to go to the Ministry of Defense headquarters. Not only that, but Tariq Aziz has said that if you go there, you'll be, it's a red line and we'll go to war. We're not going to let you in. They said, that's why we want it. I said, well, you don't get to make that call. We get to make that call. And I went back to New York to brief Richard Butler. While I was in the White House, Richard Butler was over at the State Department meeting with Madeleine Albright. So we get back to New York City and we get summoned to the U.S. Embassy, to the U.S. mission. Bill Richardson is the ambassador, and we're up in Bill Richardson's office. It's me, Butler, Charles Duffler, Richardson, and a couple other, the deputy ambassador and some other people. And Butler gets up on a whiteboard and he starts drawing. He says, all right, Ritter, you got to go in on this day, and you have to have a confrontation here, which will be the Ministry of Defense, so that we can start bombing on this day. I said, we start? What do you mean we? We're the UN. He said, no, US. And I said, well, I said, don't you know that if you send me in as a weapons inspector, I work for you, but we work for the Security Council, and we're mandated by a resolution, and nothing in the resolution says we get to start wars. He says, no, you just do your job. We're going to take care of it. But apparently my hesitation got back to Albright. So I deployed to Bahrain to start training for this mission, which is a tough mission. We're talking about potentially setting up a military conflict that could cause the Iraqis to take us hostage. We always had to worry about that. So, this a lot of little, feathers in the stomach kind of stuff. And I'm training the team, trying to get them hard for this mission. We're going to do, all of a sudden, boom, phone. Ritter, you're not chief inspector. Albright nixed it. You're done. I said, well, who's going to lead this mission? Well, we'll find someone else. So I went and told my team, and to their credit, they all came together without any prompting from me and wrote a letter back to Butler saying, the only person who can lead this team is Scott Ritter. We all resign. We're not going to do it. We quit. This inspection's done. And Butler went, well, you can't do that. So he makes phone calls. Long story short, it became a race. Who could get to Bill Clinton, because it was Man of the Year in New York City. Bill Clinton's there. And basically they have to get over Albright's head, get to Bill Clinton, get him to support me being chief inspector. So Albright's trying to get to Clinton. Bill Richardson's trying to get to Clinton. CIA's trying to hunt Clinton down. And they finally get him. And Bill Richardson sneaks in front, takes Butler and says, Butler picks Ritter. And Clinton says, well, you got to pick your best man. Scott Ritter's the guy. He's got my support. So he leaves. Madeleine Albright comes in. It can't be Ritter. And Clinton went, well, I already said it's going to be Ritter. So I did it. Long story short, inspection. I stopped. Madeleine Albright's in Paris with the French eating dinner. And she turns to her French colleague and goes, guess what's going to happen real soon? Cruise missiles are flying. We're taking Baghdad out, man. It's beautiful, beautiful. He said, how do you know? Because we got the fix in. Well, the fix was me. I went in and negotiated access to the Ministry of Defense. I sat down with Tariq Aziz and Anwar Rashid and the others, and I said, you guys know that this is a trap, that if you don't let me in, your world peers. I said, so why don't we find out how to let me in so I could do my job so we don't have to have a war? And I got in, we inspected it with conditions that were okay with me, and the war stopped. Albright hated me. In August, I was back, and Albright stopped the inspection. A big inspection that we had done. Albright stopped it on her orders, called Richard Butler after he ordered me to stay behind to do it. called him. I got pulled out. Sandy Berger, National Security Advisor, got the president to pull me out. So I'm back, and I resigned. This was the final straw. I said, I can't let you.
You there, Pat?
Yeah, man.
Do you get what he's saying? And what happened? Yeah. Like basically they ended up doing it anyway later on. Go ahead and make comments about it. I'm gonna refresh my screen.
Well, I don't know. I guess for me, it's just more so. I mean, that shows that this gives context to like what's going on now. Like, I mean, they're using people to further an agenda. You know, doing different things that would, you know, trigger certain things to happen. Like they know that if they go, like they know one side is going to do one thing, and they know that this guy when he goes, if he, you know, if they don't let him do this, that they can go and do this or that or whatever. So they're using all of these things as just a ploy to get one ultimate thing done. And a lot of times it doesn't matter how they get it done. They're just using that to using whatever piece they can to direct the motion into what they want, because I mean it really doesn't matter to them how it happens. It's just a matter of them being able to do what they want to do. So it's just really it's crazy. I mean, you know, I guess you can really say it's like evil genius, if you like to say, and from my opinion, because I mean, it's worked so many times that we, you know what I'm saying, they can keep playing, using that same play card. So
they got the same play, like you say. The dude's gonna go on to say that the CIA is trash. He said it's anti-American.
Well, you know, I've kind of seen that as true too. I mean, because if you really think about all of the things that because I mean, you know, FBI may have a little more dignity or whatever, but the CIA was totally created to be able to, you know, because it's not like, you know, they get intelligence in order to make things good. They usually use an intelligence to F things up. You know what I'm saying? You know, they're, you know, because like I said, they have an ulterior motive that most people don't really get or understand because it's so far from righteous that nobody can really be like, wait a minute, really? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like most people will be totally surprised by, you know, that because they think that this is like a government thing, but it's a totally private company.
That's what I'm about to say.
You get you know, they get funding from our government. You know,
But they do the bidding. They do the bidding of private.
Yeah.
Private like corporations and shit. So that, and those corporations don't give a damn about the United States, you know.
A lot of them don't, because I mean, most of them are from other countries. I mean, a lot of them grew up here in America.
But they don't care though. They'll move. They don't care. The United States can burn down and then just move to wherever.
Man, they probably got palaces and all other kind of all in different places in the world. So that
but I mean their whole
breaks
business.
down.
Because
the whole business, but at the same time, the business to some extent don't really mean anything because that was a part of a political ploy as well. I mean, you really think about some of these people who have these big mega corporations. You have to really be, you know, you have to, because I mean, these are people who are still linked to what they say are, you know, like blood, because just like how they talk about the presidents of the United States, all of blood have some kind of blood relation to some kings or queens of the past. A lot of these people are family of these same people, and they're put in position, you know, as if, you know, like let's say if the president would be the king or queen. You got these other people in these corporations acting as the duke or a knight or something to strike on, you know, certain things, like there were certain positions. So yeah, they use whatever they can for political power, because one way or another they would have some control over it, whether it was a corporation or if it was just, you know, a plantation. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't, that part really doesn't matter. They would control all the money and the resources somehow. You know what I'm saying? So it just
They're gonna
really
find a way.
depends on, yeah, they're gonna find a way to just do whatever it is they want to do. And the corporation right now is like the way to be able to suck all the blood out of people, because they can, you know, like, since they give you money, you know, by, you know, you going to work, you think that you work for your money. Now they're allowing you to have a certain amount to be able to do certain things.
It's liberty. What do they call it? There's a word for it. You get, damn it, I can't think of it. Like privileges. That's the word. You're allotted certain privileges. Can you hear me? I'm saying you're allotted certain privileges.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Is my mic out? I don't know why you can't hear me. I'm gonna play this.
So I'm resigning. I'm getting ready to testify before the Senate. And Albright was supposed to testify with me, but she refused to. She didn't want, because she knows I have all the receipts. I know everything, you know, nothing. She didn't do it. Neither did William Cohen. But Albright is running around talking about how I'm making this stuff up, how this wasn't U.S. policy. And, you know, the bottom line is I went up and I humiliated Albright. I showed how she was a liar, that she was doing this. And she had to admit it. She had to write an op-ed where she pretty much said, yes, we did control the inspections, but only because we wanted to control the tempo and the timing because it was politically sensitive. I said, yeah, but you don't get to do that, even if you're Secretary of State. And this is when Joe Biden famously said that, you know, that's why they get the big bucks. That's why they get the limousines. Scotty Boy wants in, but people that with a higher pay grade get to make the decision. But the bottom line is Madeleine Albright hates me, or hated passion. She and I had no use for one another. You know, there it is. I had an interaction with a famous dead woman.
And you did a great Clinton Slick Willie impersonation.
And I interviewed back during the Democratic primaries, I interviewed Scott about this, and we'll link to it, where we play the clips of his exchange with Joe Biden, where Joe Biden's questioning him, calling him Scotty Boy. And listen, Scott, since we're on this topic, it's a bit tangential, but didn't the Bush administration, after you left, essentially continue Albright's policy, and they used the UN inspection team to spy on the Iraqis, and the Iraqis found that out?
Yeah.
You know what this tells me?
You know, I had exposed that fact, and
yeah, let me pause it.
And I did it.
Go ahead.
This tells me that this, you know, they were trying to complete the same thing before George Bush took office, and you know, the whole 9/11 thing, like they were trying to complete the same thing.
They were looking for an excuse.
When Clinton was in office, they were trying to do the same thing, and it looks like this guy's probably the one who kind of effed it up for him. And but when you know, they went to the whole extent, they wanted to do it so bad that they faked somebody else coming in to blow up buildings here in the U.S. so that they could go over and do what they were doing anyway.
Yeah, and they did the fake weapon inspectors too, like
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Giving them fake information and shit.
Yeah, the whole idea of the weapons of mass destruction
was all bullshit.
Yeah,
it was all bullshit.
Because I mean, it's been proven for sure, but you know, at this point. But,
that's what sucks though. That's what I be saying. Like when it's within 10 years, the information don't never come out. And then people be like, man, when it comes out, if that would have came out right at that time, people would have been mad as fuck. Because it would have been like, hold up, man.
Well, some
American
some
soldiers
people
died too.
true. You know, I mean, of course, those, you know, because a lot of Americans, bro. I have to question, bro, how evil some of these people are too, because, you know, not necessarily that they're going to do make, you know, act on things themselves, but they're so easy to be like, you know, like it's not their business. But it's like they're doing all these things in your name. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's what I be saying, bro.
In
If
the
you pull
name
the
of an
trigger, you pulled the trigger, bro. That you might have got an order, but at the end of the day, you was the one who pulled the trigger. And then you look back at the, what was it, the Nuremberg trials or whatever you call them.
Nuremberg.
Yeah. And a lot of the trigger men got fucking like executed and shit, or went to jail and all kind of shit. And these people were just following orders.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah.
no, go back as far as the Contra scandal with the trading of guns and drugs and all this stuff. This was stuff that they specifically were like Oliver North. Well, I don't know if he really did any time or whatever, but they had him on trial for, because I was still rather young, but I forget exactly what they were doing with him, but they had him on trial explaining this and that and the other, like pretty much complete theater to keep the people thinking that, oh well, you know, these are just lone rangers, people acting out on their own, but these are specific, you know, things that they set them out to do, or even, or you know, this was supposed to be like guys from his you know, that he was supposed to be over that were doing things, and he had to, you know, take responsibility, I guess, for what they had done. But this was stuff that the government, like the trading of drugs and guns and drugs between what's near Nicaragua
Nicaragua.
was. Nicaragua. I messed that word up, but yeah, like that was stuff that was being, you know, handled from the top.
Yep, the Banana Wars, and that's what I want to go into. And I want to go to talk about the Spanish American War. I have some stuff, but that's going to be throughout the week. That's going to what I want to focus on this week. The history related to like the natives. I was showing some maps earlier. Anyways, let me play some more of this.
Deliberately, because my feeling was that if inspectors were going to go back in, they had to go back in clean. And the only way they were going to go back clean is for the dirt to be put on the table for everybody to understand that. And just so you know, in 2002, when I went to Iraq to give a speech at the Iraqi parliament and then meet with all the the Iraqi leadership, I told them, I mean, they knew who I was. They knew everything about what I was doing. But I said, you have to let the history go and let the inspectors back in without any preconditions, or else. And I told this to Taha Yassin Ramadan, who was the vice president, who was carrying a well-handled oiled pistol at the time. I said, otherwise I'm looking at a dead man. And this guy looked at me and he stared at me, and I thought maybe he was looking at a dead man because he was going to kill me, because it was in his eyes. That's what he does for a living. But he said, no, I get it. I'll talk to the big man and we'll see what's going on. So, you know, the bottom line is I never lied to the Iraqis about who I was, what I was, and what happened. I was honest with them, straightforward. And even knowing all that, they let the inspectors back in. But the U.S. can't let a good thing happen. The new inspection team was run by, it became an organization
He
called
said they
Unmoved
can't
Ink.
let anything good happen.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Unmoved Ink was run by
He said the U.S.
Hans Blix, and then they had a Greek guy named Dimitri Perakos that ran the inspections. And they thought they were being slick. They thought they were going to create an inspection team that was impervious to international control, and they weren't. The U.S. controlled everything. The Brits controlled everything. There's this empire of intelligence services out there that get to pick the manpower that goes into positions like this. I think one of the few exceptions was me, who snuck in under the radar because I had an Army colonel who knew me from Russia and knew what I did during the war against Iraq and brought me in as a UN employee as opposed to provided personnel. And then Raff agreed to it. And so I became sort of a fact that the U.S. had to deal with, as opposed to the U.S. doing what it normally does, is to create their own facts and put their own people in there. But no, UNMOVIC was tightly controlled by the U.S. and the British, and they had one of the things that UNMOVIC inherited from UNSCOM was the system of cameras that monitored all the facilities. These cameras were installed by the CIA for the purpose not of just sending images back, but to intercept communications and then bring it back to the UN, and then in their little secret facility, they'd compress the data and shoot the data up, and the U-2 aircraft would suck it up and all this good stuff. That was still going during UNMOVIC. And if you take a look at the targeting of the United States, both in Operation Desert Fox in 1998, and then during Operation Iraqi Liberation or Iraqi Freedom, I think they ended up calling it, because OIL probably isn't the right acronym you want for a military operation. But they use this data to target Iraq. I mean, the CIA ruins everything, literally ruins everything. I'm not against intelligence. I'm an intelligence officer, and you need intelligence to do things. And sometimes the way you gather data is not the way it's done or should be done in business. And this is all okay as long as it's done for an honorable cause, really. But there's nothing honorable about what the CIA does. Another war story.
He said there's nothing honorable about what the CIA does.
Yeah, but look, it's confusing to me because maybe I missed something, because I know he mentioned about him going in based on something, Bill Clinton, giving his okay for him to go or something like that, and then he actually gave the date of 2002, which was after 9/11, that he actually went. So he did go during the time of George Bush being in office. So where was Clinton serving? He was serving on the UN?
No, he was talking about a different. He was talking about two different
time period.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right. I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping. All right.
Yeah, he was talking about a different time, a different incident.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. So like what he said was, he said the CIA, basically saying the CIA trash. He's like, they're not honorable. What do you think about that?
No, I mean, shoot. I mean, you think about all of the COINTELPRO, all the operations that they had right here in the United States. I mean, I've been seeing, there's been proof of that, like so many records that's come out of what they've done, and I don't expect them to have just stopped with, because I mean, honestly, if you're doing that type of stuff in your own country, you're probably doing way worse in other countries.
Yeah.
If you find the people of your country to be enemies, that's.
Then the enemies of your country, they definitely enemies. They less than enemies. They or more than enemies.
yeah, more than enemies. But yeah, it's crazy, bro. Like these people, man. But I've this is something that I've seen for so long that these people, they're still operating out of like almost ancient war stuff. Like you think that all the things that happened in from the early 1000s, from 7/11, probably before 7/11, all the way to now, everything is still based on the same idealism, the same wars that has been handed handed down to, by generation and generation of these same people.
Yeah. So aggression, history of aggression, and that's what I wanted to talk about a bit. So, but like people like to blame. The thing is, humans have been killing humans since way back in the day. We're like,
Well, I mean, I think over like ever since the beginning of time.
yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. We're pretty brutal to each other. And that's been true historically. So that's what I kind of wanted to show, because like people want to say these guys are good guys and these guys are bad guys or whatever. Or maybe like the Native Americans were like not killing each other or killing other people until the Europeans came, and you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. So like, but that's not true.
Well, I don't think that it was ever a massive scale, but I mean when someone because I mean we don't really have a lot of context on a lot of these wars that happen between Indian tribe to Indian tribe. Now there is a way more context, because I mean even if you go back to back in Asia, what Attila the Hun, or I mean, like you really, of course they were trying to overtake other people's land, but why? Was some of these people being mismanaging with resources, and kind of like what they're trying to do right now in Europe. Russia's not really mismanaging, but they just don't like the fact that they got to ask Russia or be under Russian control when it comes to their energy. So, I mean, is Putin necessarily the bad guy, when it comes to that? Because, I mean, he has costs and, whatever's going on. I mean, yeah, the prices is crazy, but I don't think it's all him. Why the prices we're seeing are as crazy as they are. I don't necessarily believe that. Don't have enough information to say one way or the other. But and if they get control, I mean, will things really even change? But the way these wars begin are usually just somebody else just wanting to be in control, have the power over somebody else's resources, right?
Mm-hmm. I found some shit, but this is not exactly what I wanted though. Hold on, because you was just saying about the. I want to show that those people were pretty hardcore. Where does this show it at? Maybe I'll just let me see. Time chart. Let's see how long.
Because I mean, you got to think too. I mean, at some point when some of these wars were happening from one tribe to another, that was still kind of like what you see going on right now, where you know, after a bunch of the Europeans had been here, um, and them trying to, because they knew that they couldn't take this tribe themselves, they would pit another tribe against each other because of something that they want, or they try to, make them feel like these people did something that they shouldn't have to those people. Like this very same thing, like they were plotting against everybody. Have these people go to war because of something that really didn't happen, or not as serious as they made it out to be. Now they're at war, and then who comes up controlling the resources after everything? Because both of these tribes are weakened after this war with each other.
Yeah. Oh shit! I think I found something. Let me see. No. Concept of ecological infrastructure mining. Let me show this. This might be helpful. Hold on. Not this. Both of these screens might be helpful. This one is. This one is not. This one is the home one. So let's see. Let me see if I can do this, y'all. I'm trying to do this all day. Let me read the comments. Doc says, the thing is, the CIA is not supposed to have any jurisdiction within the borders of the USA. Mind you, they just normally grab local law and boss them around, but technically local law can tell them no. Yeah, that's why sometimes it don't be cooperation between those different.
Well, you know, they're very suggestive of what, you know, like when they get to these local governments, these cops and this, that, and the other, like they're very suggestive that, hey, if you don't not if you're not cooperative of, you know, what kind of help you might get or resources you may or may not can get, you know, if you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
the withholding of funds or, you know, things like that. I mean, they always find a way to, you know, manipulate people, no matter what level. Because no, they don't have to cooperate, but when they don't, you know, it's like, hey, such and such city and town wouldn't work with us on this, so you know, you can pinch them on, you know, some of the resources that, you know, they can't get funding that they would normally get or need for their city, state, or you know, whatever.
Yeah, this is. Let me show you this picture I was showing earlier today. Tell me what you think about this, because here it is. Is that it? Hold on. Okay. Got too many fucking screens open. Can you see that screen? Well, I can make. Oh shit, that's too big.
That
Anyways,
looks interesting.
yeah, you see these names, right?
Not all of them.
Cree, Inuit, Chippewa.
Okay, so these were the different Indian nations: Eastern Woodlands, Great Plains. Was that Great Basin?
That's just kind of how they separated it by like geographic area. See, subarctic, Arctic. It's separated by, and that's just how they. It was like certain tribes. They lived in certain areas, so that was another way to identify them.
The Southeast. Yeah, because see, a lot of people don't realize a lot of like Louisiana, the southern portion of Louisiana was actually a part of Florida at one time, and all the way from there across. That's why, like, they have the Florida parishes that runs over from Louisiana. That's one of the reasons, because that's still truly certain designations like that. Certain some of that area still is what it was before. It just really depends on what jurisdiction
Yeah, I
you.
be saying maps on top of maps on top of maps. Like somebody just comes and writes on it. But yeah, so like, yeah, what you're saying, you can see right here where it says Natchez and then it says Southeast. It's like a block here coming up off of Florida into South Carolinas, all the way over into Louisiana. That's pretty interesting. Over Alabama too, Tennessee. I'm very interested in this particular area because
Which one?
this area that we're talking about right here, because
Oh,
this is also just so happened to be an area where a lot of slavery, where the slave plantations were.
mm-hmm. And it looks like it goes up into Georgia, current Georgia.
Oh yeah, it goes. Yeah, it's definitely into Georgia. It's taking up all of Georgia.
Pretty much. Maybe even small parts of South
South
Carolina.
Carolina. That's what I was saying. Yeah, up in here. That's interesting, right? I got another map that you might like.
Look, Lenape. Lenape is actually Cherokees. What what they call Cherokees now. Um, a lot of there's some of those tribes that still exist. That's still there. That goes by Lenape. They know the history. Um, but that goes all the way up into like Jersey, like Delaware, Jersey, maybe even Philadelphia. But a lot of that stuff, I say a lot, but there's a few people that their ancestors came from that area. They know very well. And look, and they explain too that like some of these tribes that were considered, they would pay them to go catch slaves for them. Well, during that period, a lot of those slaves were Caucasians. Because I mean, a lot of the history that we think happened here didn't really happen the way that they said it. They say it.
Oh yeah, I went over that. Let's go over this. Did the first Americans arrive via land bridge? The genetics say no.
Oh Lord, Lord, Lord. Are we going by technicalities of when they actually started calling America America, or
You
because
mean humans? Yeah, that's gonna be an issue, definitely. Let me scroll. Hold on. So it's a book. This is in PDF. Did the first Americans arrive via land bridge? This geneticist says no. February 8th, 2022. It says A Genetic History of the Americas by Jennifer Raff. So I'm just going to read, y'all. Check it out. It's Anthropology 101. At the end of the last ice age, around 13,000 years ago, retreating glaciers created an inland corridor connecting Siberia to the Americas. People from Northeast Asia crossed the Bering Strait land bridge and entered a new world. From there, these people often given the name Clovis, after a New Mexico site that was rich with distinctive stone tools they made, rapidly spread and successfully adapted to the various ecologies they encountered. All Native Americans can trace their ancestry back to these first peoples, the Clovis peoples, and that's actually true.
Yeah.
But that's just
Why
what they
can
call. That's just what they call them. They call them that based on the points. So yeah, and it's and
a
then
point of
they
history,
spread.
but
No,
who were the Clovis people?
no. The points that they use, these like arrow points and spear points and shit.
Okay, that's
So that's how
fine.
they identify them, and they call them Clovis only because of that's what they call those points, those little artifacts. So they don't really know. And these people were spread all the way from the whole Americas.
Hmm.
So and so all Native Americans came from this group. They call them the Clovis. It says, but according to University Kansas anthropologist geneticist Jennifer Raff, that's not quite how it happened. In her book Origin: A Genetic History of the Americas, Raff beautifully integrates new data from different science, archaeology, genetics, linguistics, and different ways of knowing, including indigenous oral traditions, in a masterly retelling of the story of how when people reached the Americas. While admittedly not in archaeology herself, Raff skillfully reveals how well-dated archaeological sites, including recently announced 22,000-year-old human footprints from White Sands, New Mexico, are at odds with the Clovis first hypothesis. She builds a persuasive case and both archaeological genetic evidence that the path of the Americas was coastal. Yep, along the coast, the Kelp Highway hypothesis, rather than inland, and that Beringia was not a bridge but a homeland twice the size of Texas, inhabited for millenniums by the ancestors of the first peoples of the Americas. Okay, now, okay, does that make sense? So, okay, they were saying that the land, that's what I was taught in school. I was taught that it was that we came over on a land bridge called Beringia, and that's how the humans, moved into the Americas. You know what I'm saying? When they specifically going to keep on talking about the sea level being low and the glaciers, the water being froze up in the glaciers, allowing you could just walk where there's ocean now. So,
Well,
but
the term using the terms Native American and indigenous are to me showing that these are two different people. That because there's an argument about the indigenous people, because like I heard that same thing that 5,000-6,000 years ago that the people from Mongolia walked over through that land bridge, Siberia, whatever, because I don't know if at that time Asia was still connected to us on that end, or because Russia really isn't that far from us on the other end. So yeah, maybe some people came in from that way, but I mean that would say that 1,000 years ago, like America, that's just like the same story with Columbus, that he discovered America in 1492. I mean, are you saying that those people that they call Native Americans, which technically would be a wrong thing to call them, came over to the Americas in 6,000 years ago or 13 years ago, whatever number that they're gonna use? I mean, that those were the first people ever to
yeah,
live
they're talking
here.
about these are the first. They can prove that there wasn't people there before. They could prove there wasn't people there before. But this goes way back. Listen to what it's saying. It says she builds a persuasive case with both archaeological and genetic evidence that the path to the Americas was coastal, the Kelp Highway hypothesis, rather than inland, and that Beringia was not a bridge but a homeland, twice the size of Texas, inhabited for millenniums by the ancestors of the first peoples of the Americas. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying, but I mean, of course, I know that that information is true, or that is not enough. They don't have enough information to truly make the claims, any of the claims that they're making. That they were the first.
They don't have no evidence of any human activity over here before this. This is really old. This is like early. Like it goes with what you're thinking. You're just not hearing it. It's the old.
That anybody.
Old.
Okay, but okay. So
You
somebody
understand
had.
how people, we just move. As time goes, we just move. That's what we do
I
still
I
now.
know we migrate and we do different things. I get that, but because the years, the amount of time that I'm hearing, because there's a history that goes back millions of years in other records that
Okay.
you know
She said twice the size of Texas, inhabited for millenniums.
that's
That
thousands.
means a long ass fucking time.
Okay, millennia. Okay, yeah, maybe she's not being specific, but when you look at a millennia,
Basically
we're
just
talking about
saying
thousands of years.
it's just basically saying a long time. The actual number is what they don't, know. You know what I'm saying? So that's why trying to focus on those
To put a
numbers like
number.
that is
All right, I'll let it
beside the
slide.
point.
I'll let it slide.
Let me read some more. She says throughout Raff effectively model how science is done, how hypotheses are tested, and how new data are used to refute old ideas and generate new ones. Hold on, let me see. I don't want them to just be talking about as the paleoanthropologist who works on fossils of ancient humans ancestors living millions of years ago. I've never fully grasped why my colleagues who study the peopling of the Americas so fervently argue over a few thousand years. See, there it goes. But Raff helps the reader understand why those several thousand years matter in terms of identifying source populations for the first peoples of the Americas, the route they took, coastal versus inland, and the ecological changes they faced. An informed and enthusiastic guide throughout, Raff takes the reader from underground caverns in Belize to a clean lab in the University of Kansas where ancient DNA is tediously teased from old bones. She explains difficult to understand concepts, geoarchaeology, coalescence times, biodistance, with well-placed sidebars. The book is richly referenced and informative footnotes and endnotes. So this is the prelogue or whatever to the book.
Yeah, and I think that they're still they're trying to minimalize because their studies is not as deep as some others that's trying to tell them, hey, you're wrong, but they still want to do their project because they spent so much time trying to prove what they could prove, but instead of just saying, hey, I really can you share with me your what you have, this, that, and the other. I mean, I don't know. I think that that's still a minimalization of of the history, because when you start talking about mere thousands of years, like all of that time does make a difference, because you are negligent and don't have all the information. Now that's your way of trying to make it seem like other people are being some kind of way about the information, but when people really put their heart and work into it and they can prove certain things, like, yeah, I mean that's really dismissive. Like, I don't, but people do that. We talking about humans.
We totally are. Let me let me read a bit more. I think Doc sent me something too, but I'm gonna check that in a second. It says, so the name of the book was Origin. Wait,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
mute. I'm gonna mute a minute because I'm going in to grab my coffee and stuff. I don't know how much noise I'm gonna be making, but
Okay, cool. I'll just be reading anyways.
yeah, and I might have to step off for a minute just to get all my clock stuff set. But I'll be back in. I don't have nothing else to do but this. So
Cool beans, cool beans. Damn it. Sorry, I just knocked the mic over twice. Okay. Sorry if you have earphones on. I really apologize. We'll definitely edit that out for the audio listeners. Oh, shit. My bad, y'all. Okay, Origin of Genetic History of the Americas by Jennifer Raff. Our jobs as anthropologists is to breathe life into the past, to retell the stories of our ancestors and extinct relatives. We do not work with lifeless old bones or inert molecules, but with the precious fragmentary remains of once living, breathing, thinking individuals who laugh, explains. We have promised to treat small scraps of bone and teeth with respect and mindfulness that they are cherished ancestors, not specimens. Sprinkled through Origin are lovely vignettes of life thousands of years ago. Raff playfully imagines how the Yana River boys lost their deciduous teeth in a Siberian river 31,000 years ago. She poignantly fills a page with the sorrow of a family must have felt as they placed the limp body of their 2-year-old boy into the earth in south central Nevada 12,600 years ago. Through a combination of rigorous science and a universal humanity, Raff gives ancient people a voice. That's pretty interesting. Let me see what Doc sent. Facebook, Messenger. What did you send, Doc? He said you were sitting next to that. You saw the pic. So you took that picture of the Rosa Parks. Those people, bro, I cannot believe them. Oh, you sent the article. The migration theories, Bering Land Bridge National Preserve. Yeah. So that's what I'm reading is gonna debunk this. Probably. Yeah. National Park Service. That's not bad. That's not a bad source, but this stuff is pretty good right here. Let me go back to it. It says the first few chapters of Origin detail the long history of archaeology in the Americas. Here we meet usual characters: Thomas Jefferson, Alex Angelica, Franz Boas, but also folks who were new to me, people like Jose de Acosta, Jesus Priest, who long ago predicted that the indigenous peoples of Americas were related to Northeast Asian populations, and George McJunkin, a former enslaved man who made one of the most important archaeological discoveries in the 20th century of Folsom North. I hate it about the names. I hate that about academics. Like, it's all about the people's names. Like, remember their name and spell it right. Remember when they were born and shit. Like, they came up with this important thing, or they discovered this important thing, and they started this important idea. So remember their name. Like, it's such a egotistical ass thing. Like the people's names do not matter to me at all. Like, not to say I don't respect them or appreciate their contributions. It's just that I think that the information that they shared is way more important than the names, and they always say the names first. It says, throughout Origin, Raff takes on a pseudoscientific nonsense rooted in bigotry and colonial thinking. She eviscerates claims of lost civilizations founded on a racist assumption that indigenous people weren't sophisticated enough to construct large, animal-shaped or pyramidal mounds, and therefore couldn't have been the first people on the continent. She convincingly disposed of the Solutrean hypothesis of ancient Europeans in the Americas with logic and evidence. It puzzles her and me that people interested in this topic watch ill-informed documentaries on the History Channel when the true histories evident in genetics, oral traditions, and archaeology are exciting enough.
See how disrespectful? See how disrespectful they are?
Yes, that's what she's saying. This lady is exposing them. That's what this book is doing. That's what she's doing. That's why you don't hear about this stuff. That's the same reason why you're not going to hear this Nowhere else. You actually got to go fucking get these kind of books. It's not gonna be nowhere, but maybe in a class. Let me read that again. It says, it puzzles her and me that people interested in the topic watch ill-informed documentaries on the History Channel when the true histories evident in genetics, oral traditions, and archaeology are exciting enough. So it's like I'll be talking about oral traditions. I mentioned that in the show last time. Because that's how we do things, and you can get a whole lot of information out of that. A whole lot of information out of that. And then genetics is what she started with. It says true history is evident in genetics, oral traditions. I bet you it's ordered in importance, starting off with genetics, then oral traditions, then archaeology. Because archaeology sometimes can be a bit problematic.
Well, and see, the thing about it was, if it was being linked back to them in their generations, oh my goodness! I mean, it would be endless. Like they would have all, be trying to bring it out to the.
Yeah, if it fit their narrative, they would be singing this song.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain people that's been against their narrative, and they will do everything they can to not give credit to not give credit
and discredit
to
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me read a little bit more. She says, given the fast and furious pace of discovery in this field, Raff is clear that not everyone will agree with her interpretations of the data. All scientists must hold themselves open to the possibility that we could be wrong. And it may very well be that in 5, 10, or 20 years, this book will be out of date as any other, she writes. That possibility is what makes working in this field so rewarding. That, she explains, is how science is done. I ain't gonna lie, that's the reason why I do this, because it really is like cutting edge science. So they be changing all the time there because of the new information that they come about.
Yeah. Let me mute for a minute.
Okay. It says, while science is the most objective way of understanding the natural world that humans have ever devised, it is still done by an emotional, subjective primate, us. Raff celebrates science, but also calls attention to the many ways science has harmed indigenous communities. Origin details mistrust between some native communities and helicopter scientists who have swooped into their land and exploited them for their DNA without inviting input and participation from all stakeholders. The hashtag decolonizescience looks good on Twitter, and the concept sounds good in grants, but it rings hollow unless it's put into practice. Raff provides a roadmap for how to do this and convincingly argues why this must be the future of our science. In fact, Origin opens with the discovery of a 10,000-year-old human bones from Shakaka Cave, Alaska, and details the constructive partnership built on transparency and trust that emerged between scientists, indigenous communities, and federal agencies. It says, my only quibble with this outstanding book is that we don't learn who Raff herself is and how she personally has contributed to this work through her scholarship until halfway through. ... Tell me they just gave me a little bit of this. Tell me they didn't just give me this. Where's the rest of it? They only gave me a piece of the damn thing. That sucks. I probably got about, it says $30. That's how it fucking goes. Let's see if we can find a PDF of this. Origin Jennifer Raff PDF. Origin. What is her name again? Jennifer Raff. PDF. Let's see if we can find it. It's a really cool trick I be doing, bro. Like, I try to tell people, because people will put, let's see if we can find it. That's the review. Let's see. I don't see it. Yep, the main shits they be fucking holding. Nope, they're gonna make me pay for this shit. PDF. Let's see. This might be it. I just want to read it. Oh shit, I found it. Oh wait, no, maybe not. No, I didn't. Damn it. This was Readlibs. Register free account. I don't know about that. I just want to can I fucking just read it online, y'all? I've found books like this plenty of times. Sometimes it just takes a little while to scroll. Bitch.
But that's the book you're looking for, Jennifer Raff?
Yeah.
Origin?
Yeah. I'm looking for it right now. We're gonna see. I just clicked on something. It might be doing it. Sign up to unlock Origin. What are they talking about? Sign up to unlock. I have a fucking, what's the name account? I have a what is it? I have a what is it? What is the thing where you have the little book in the computer? You know, you hold in your hand. What do you call that? The Nook, not Nook. When you have a book, it's the fucking little thing. It's a book, but it's a computer. Like it's a little iPad thing. Anyways, I have an account with them. I might be able to find it there. Damn, this pisses me off. Anyways, I was showing this Mississippian tradition clips. Let me show you these pictures right here because you didn't get to see this either. Kindle. Thanks, Doc. What else did I miss that you said? Would the NPS.gov link be the official approved theories? Yeah. Think of it like when you give credit to the original creator when you borrow their content for your show. Yeah. You talking about when I was talking about the names, and I'm okay with that. It's just that it seems like the importance of it is overblown. That's what it bothers me, and it really like stands out in academics because you always gotta cite your sources. So you keep on saying these people's names, and that's what they wanted. You know what I mean? It's like everybody wants their name to go down in the history books, so people can just keep saying their name. So it's like a way of being alive, you know, staying alive forever or whatever, you know. I don't like that. I don't like that way of thinking at all. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, this. Oh man, we lost Pat. That's why I wanted to show this. Let me close some of these damn screens. Because other migration, Bering Land Bridge, because you said National Park Service, and yeah, man, this is not this is what I was taught, but this is not right. It says, in today's world, the peopling of Americas is a hotly debated topic. Evidence for competing theories continues to change the way we understand our prehistoric roots. While evidence of animal migration is more solidified, the human story may be more complicated. As of 2008, genetic findings suggest that a single population of modern humans migrated from southern Siberia toward the landmass known as the Bering Land Bridge as early as 30,000 years ago and crossed over to the Americas by 16,500 years ago. Archaeological evidence shows that by 15,000 years ago, humans had made it south of the Canadian ice sheets. While this may represent the earliest migration, it was not the only one. Once the first humans made it over, it appears that multiple migrations took place over the next several millennia, not only across the ice-free corridor, but also along the coast by boat. Evidence is still sparse and often conflicting, however. Some theories of the first Americans are still largely inclusive. So, yeah, so see, they tried to clean it up by saying what they said right here, like talking about, you know, it appeared that multiple migrations took place over several millennia. But earlier, when they gave these numbers, that's the reason why the lady in the book, that's why they in the book they didn't give those kind of numbers like that, because they don't know those numbers, and those numbers are misleading. You know what I'm saying? They're talking about, what did they say? More complicated. As of 2008, genetic findings suggest that a single population of modern humans migrated from South Siberia toward the landmass known as Bering Land Bridge as early as 30,000 years ago. That number is horrible. That's that number that they just throw the fuck. They pulled that number out their ass and crossed over to the Americas by 16,500 years ago. Archaeological evidence shows that by 15,000 years ago, humans had made it south to the Canadian ice sheets. Like, you saying those specific as numbers like that shows that you don't really know what you're talking about, because those numbers were pulled out of someone's ass. Someone farted those numbers out.
But it's better to give those numbers than to present an idea of someone else being here still millions of years before that. But I mean, and I get the whole thing with you know, you can't piece everything together because you may not have enough evidence, which most people haven't, and still don't have all of the evidence. But there is enough to say, because I mean, honestly, our government shows history that goes back, or at least calendars that go back octillion years, 8 octillion years. Or no, what was it? Was some, I don't know. It was in the octillions. Forget the specific number, but it's never been a place in time that we didn't exist.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
you know,
let me show you this, because this is called the Mississippian tradition. I went over this earlier. Let me see. The temple mounds. People didn't understand this, so I'm going to read this again. It says, what are temple mounds used for? Temple mounds are truncated pyramidal platforms that have no function other than providing a raised surface for temples on their surfaces. These temples are houses of chiefs and priests. There are never more than 2 on a temple platform at any given time. They are indicative of the rank of chiefs that lived in them. They are associated with the higher ranking statuses and activities like craft specialization. They have burials of chiefs in their floors. This is where all of the SECC exotic artifacts have come from. And that's a little, that's an illustration of what it would look like. And they got some, that's another illustration of what it would look like. I don't like that illustration at all. Let me see. They're showing where it's at on that one. But there's a picture, I know. Hold on. Wow, there goes that part. There goes that part again. So yeah, that's because we're talking about the Mississippian people. And for some reason, this region always jumps out to me. But this is that same little part of the map, you see, that we were looking at earlier on that other map. So they found a site there somewhere, Fort Walton area. What it says, Apalachicola Valley, Tallahassee Red Hills, Etowah, Moundville. Oh, these are all sites. The black dots are sites. So Cahokia, Spire, Lake George, Moundville, Etowah, Lake Jackson, and Pierce. So, you know, the names don't really mean anything, but these were sites where they found evidence of early
Well, they don't mean anything
Mississippian
until you're
people.
doing a certain type of history.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the people to get caught up on the names, because they sometimes it be random, bro. Sometimes it be random. Sometimes it's the name of the person who found it, or just the place. They like to name it by the place. They usually name it by the place that they called it, the area. Fort Walton Heartland in Northwest Florida, Southern Georgia, and Alabama within the Mississippi and Southeast. So Tallahassee,
based on their the language in which they were using at the time. Because they've always been people who were like cosmologists, or they looked into the stars. So there were various reasons why they would name certain things based on constellations or.
No, those names are what the people, the Europeans came up with, bro. Like they might have been inspired by local peoples with the names of something, but it was just the name of because those are the sites. When they find an archaeological site, they have to give it a name, and usually they give it a name of the area.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but they just made it up.
They just basically made it up. So yeah,
because that's like Cherokee and Choctaw and like a lot of those names are English. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not what we would have called it ourselves, and it's not what we called a lot of it back then. So
yeah, so that's what I was saying for a lot of stuff. But those are just archaeological sites. So but you can name archaeological site whatever you want. It's just because it's like, I found this thing here.
Yes, you're just designating a name to separate it from any other. Yeah.
Right. So that when people study it, then they'll be like, okay, this came from the such and such site, whatever the name. So check this out. It's got symbolism in this right here. So this was something that they found at one of those sites. So on the left is the artifact, and on the right is an illustration of it. And this is what I was talking about, and the aggression. So like the guy has a human head in his hand, and then he has corn in his other hand, and then he has like the sun. Look at that symbol that's over his head. That's real interesting right there. So and then like the horned serpent and the what is it? The leopard. Those are main animals. And then it was another one. It was called the Birdman. Those were like the deities.
True, they was wearing medallions even back then.
You already know, bling bling. And look at this dude. He got a chain around his neck. So check this out. This is another one. The artifacts on the left, the illustrations on the right. He looked like he got on a gold chain and some earrings, just like niggas today.
Yeah, man. Say, bro, those are our people. I don't care.
He got a big old. He got a club in his hand, and what's in the other hand?
And shoot, and don't be surprised you see some of them with some gold teeth.
And then it's got the arrows down here, so that designates that he was a warrior. I don't know. There's like so much symbolism. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, look at this one. There goes the Birdman thing. It was one of the deities there.
But
his head kind of looks
a necklace on.
His head looks like kind of like the sun, like it's like he's got sun rays or something, or corn stalks growing out of his head. This is all really interesting stuff, bro. That's another image.
The book that I want to get, and maybe even let you share it with you for a little bit. It costs like $400, and I just been kind of hesitant on getting it, just trying to, because I had a few little things, a few little mishaps, so my change got funny for a minute, but
Yeah. I
I
spent
think
too much money. My daughter's finna turn 15 this weekend. I spent a shit ton of money. I ain't even done spending.
don't feel bad, bro. Like, well, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you only get to celebrate with them on these occasions now. You know what I'm saying? Not
Yeah.
saying, because I spend a bunch of money on investments and stuff too. But you want to have a good time with your kids. You got to enjoy it while we can. We don't know how long this thing will last, so
Yeah. I don't regret it. It happens every time. She's getting more and more expensive. I'm trying to see where the cap's gonna be on this thing. I'm trying to keep a lid on this thing.
there is no salary cap on this. In
It's
this
getting out of
division.
control. That's why I be talking to her. I'll be like, "You got a budget, all right? You got a but let's talk about the budget. We have to talk about this. This is a
nigga, they want what they want.
This is the image that I showed earlier, but this one is more clear. You see the head in his hand, and look at all the symbology in this image. Can you peeping it out?
I can't see anything but King Chaka. Oh wait a minute, hold on. Let me
Oh
bring it
shit! I'm
back
not
in.
sharing
No,
this.
no, I've seen it now. I had it because I've been kind of focusing in too. Like I've been. Now this is awesome. I ain't gonna lie, I love this. See, I want some shit like this on my wall.
What are you talking about? DCMI strike. What are you saying? I'm gonna get in trouble?
Who said that?
I might. But
What?
I'm just showing pictures and
Is
slides.
this supposed to be moving? Oh, him walking. Some of those legs are him walking.
It's only two legs. That's like a nuh-uh. There's only two. No, there's only two legs. This one and this one.
But I'm saying it looks like it's some motion. Like if you really look at on the left side, see, it looks like there's a motion of his legs moving up and maybe back down or something.
No, that's the wings or whatever that's in the background. It's like a wings.
You sure?
The Birdman. Yeah, you can. I can see it. I've seen this image a few times because this is an artifact that they found.
Yeah, because it looked like maybe him marching, but then he's got the head in his hand.
That's more like what it is. Him marching, kind of. That's what his legs are in that kind of.
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. So pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. I don't know what Doc was talking about, but he got me nervous. Let's go back to this. Anybody watching my little old page anyway?
That book that you're talking about has some pictures like this that I probably, because I did some screenshots when he was going through class, I probably could send some of those screenshots to you, but I really want to get that. I gotta have that book, bro.
Yeah, any screenshots of books are great. You could do that too, Doc. Send me screenshots of books, like pages.
Well, yeah, the page, some of the pages of the book, because I mean, this, bro, and this was like of certain, leaders, like actual leaders that was during that time, and carrying around little people because it was like where they were giants. You know what I'm saying? You see the people, the size people that he was carrying around by their hair, and bro, like it's crazy. So I'm gonna go through it. I'll be able to see you. I got a bunch of stuff because like when we're going through the classes, because I'm driving or whatever, I can't really take notes, so I'll screenshot it. So I'll send you some shit.
Yeah, let me. I probably should do some scrolling on Instagram just to do a segue, but oh damn, my screen just went fuck. Can y'all even see me?
Yeah.
You can see me and you can hear me. My screen
Yeah.
done went. I can't do nothing on my screen. It didn't.
Your camera's still working then.
I can't do shit on my screen. It just done froze up.
All right. I think my time has come. I can start to move.
Okay.
So give me a minute. I'm gonna have to. Well, I don't think it's gonna keep me on, but I'll come back in once I get that straight.
Yeah, I gotta do the same thing, y'all. So bear with me a moment. My screen is acting crazy. I gotta refresh it. One moment. Oh shit, I'm still here. Oh sweet. I'm tripping. Anyways, I wanted to play some more of the Ukraine stuff, but I feel like I'm boring y'all with that. That video, go watch that video. Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate, and Scott Ritter, the battle for Ukraine with ex-UN weapons expert Scott Ritter. That's the name of it. It's on the Gray Zone. Fucking, it's worth just like 2.5 hours. It's worth your fucking time. Go check it out. I don't think I'm gonna show any more of it. Really, really, really informative. Try to keep my ass out of trouble over here. I'm gonna heed the warnings. Try to, anyways, so we can stay on. So we can stay on TV and keep training people, man, teaching them and touching them and helping them. This dude just randomly punched the cops and then just sat down and let them arrest him. He just what the hell? Punching a cop in Seattle airport for no reason. Wow, that's the comments. In a clip captured on film March 12th, a man can be seen throwing down his bag and throwing a sucker punch at a SLCPD officer who was walking past him inside the airport's terminal in seemingly unprovoked assault. The 33-year-old man initially turns his attention towards a second officer and appears ready to throw another punch. Instead, he quickly puts his hands up, then gets on his knees after the attack and is easily subdued. Disturbing new footage shows two violent and unprovoked attacks on police officers working at Salt Lake City's airport. That's weird. Like, nigga just got an anger for fucking cops. Just like, see, just like on site. Like, I hate y'all motherfuckers. Maybe the nigga was locked up. Shit, he was like, them CEOs treated me like shit in there, bro. Somebody gotta get it. It's you. Look at this. Fox News. Let me see if there's some audio. There's no real audio. It says punching a cop in the Seattle airport for no reason. This guy did. The video is really small, so we probably it ain't worth my time to. They gotta zoom it in and but you can see it happening if you really pay attention. Like, so he just walked by, randomly punches a cop. Like, my bad, y'all. He just randomly fucking sucker punches the cop like for no reason. And then he immediately gets down on his knees and put his hands, behind his head so they can arrest him. Maybe he just wanted to go to jail. But assaulting a police officer is not a small charge, right?
I mean, assault period is not a small charge, but I mean,
yeah.
I guess it really depends on how far they want to take it. Anybody. Now, where is this? Because I know they have tornadoes.
I saw this clip earlier. This is the craziest clip that's going around the internet. It went viral. That damn truck was spinning and got back on and fucking drove the fuck away. And what's the weirdest thing to me is how did they get this footage? Because this car that got the footage is driving into the fucking tornado. Y'all see the car in the middle? It's spinning on its side. It's spinning on its side right now. Boom. It just landed back on the wheels. And now he's driving away. You can see the wind pushing the car still as he's driving away. Fucking crazy. Could you
Now
see
that's
that
wild. That's wild as hell.
You see that truck on its side?
Yes, I've never
see
seen
that shit?
anything like that before.
It's like a fucking movie. That happened in Texas the other day.
Well, you know, they had that's it probably was up near Austin because I know my son was telling me about some crazy weather that they had out there. So
yeah, we got it on Tuesday here in Houston. So they told everybody don't go to school and all that shit.
well, yeah. So then it was Monday then in Austin.
This dog, oh, I got his ass. Stupid ass dog. I saw a video earlier where this lady's own dog mauled her. It was a pit bull. And that's what I be saying. I don't really like pit bulls. Oh, he fucking that snake up now. But that snake bit the shit out of him, though. It must not be venomous. He was like, okay, you gonna bite the shit out of me? Who biting who now? That snake is done. It's a wrap. Well, I guess that's what they supposed to do, huh? You don't want the damn snakes coming up into your house or something. Wait a minute. If that's like a cobra or something, that dog might be fucked. He might have killed the snake, but he might be on his way out too. Damn. Yeah, I saw this clip where it was a pit bull, their own dog. But they said she had just got it like 3 months ago. I would have been mad as fuck as the person that sold me that dog. I'd be like, you sold me a fucking lemon.
We about to get a pit bull puppy soon.
I don't like that particular breed.
Why?
I just don't like that particular breed. They crazy. I don't like them, and I don't like Charles. I think they're literally crazy.
It's all about how you raise them, bro.
Yeah, but I think they still just a little, just them two breeds. They crazy, bro. They might snap one day.
Aid is in fact not coming from the West to Africa, but from Africa to the Western world. The Western world depends on Africa in every possible way, since alternative resources are scarce out here. So how does the West ensure that the free aid keeps coming? By systematically destabilizing the wealthiest African nations and their systems, and all that backed by huge PR campaigns, leaving the entire world under the impression that Africa is poor and dying and merely surviving on the mercy of the West. Well done, Oxfam, UNICEF, Red Cross, Life Aid, and all the other organizations that continuously run currency is worth 1 unit of your currency, where we are the ones with the actual gold reserves. It's quite evident that the aid is in fact not coming from the West to Africa, but from Africa to the Western world.
10 or 15 years old.
Yeah, all that information is still accurate and true, though.
Oh no, that's no doubt. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that, but I was about to just say, but still very relevant.
And and then it's probably been relevant for a really long time. Europe haven't been having resources forever.
Never.
Way back when they divvied up the Congo.
You see the thing about it. See the thing about it. Before Europe won, you know, the wars over, you know, the Moors and things like that. Shoot, you know, Europe was just another part of Africa. It was just the northern part of Africa. So the resources and stuff was able to be, you know, it wasn't a big deal, you know. But however, over time, you know, that they had to continue doing the type of stuff they're doing now in order for them to survive, because, you know, they don't want to do fair business. You know what I'm saying? They want it all for free. They want to control everything.
Oh, look at this. Let's play this clip. So this is arguing the two sides of the argument. Because remember the trans woman, the man who was swimming and won the awards and everybody's mad about right now?
The what?
This is the trans woman. I can't think of the proper term. From man to woman. And the trans person is swimming and broke records and shit. We was talking about it on the show the other day.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the argument. Let's hear it.
Blocks the effect of testosterone and also reduces the level of it in.
Here are the top 10
Athletes who are trans shouldn't be competing in sports. What? Yeah, they have such an unfair advantage. Can you explain what you mean? If you're a trans man, you'll be taking testosterone, which will boost your performance. And if you're a trans woman, you have naturally higher testosterone levels. Did you know that trans athletes' hormones are regulated by doctors and they're maintained at the average male-female level, right? Many trans women also take medication like spironolactone, which blocks the effect of testosterone and also reduces the level of it in their blood. Well, you can argue with biology. Trans women's physicality means that they're going to dominate and destroy women's sports. Trans women have been allowed to compete in the Olympics for almost 10 years, and we've yet to see any evidence of them dominating it. Secondly, there are plenty of cis women who are tall, strong, and big, like Australian basketball player Elizabeth Cabbage, who is 6'8". But when we talk about a cis woman's body, we frame it in terms of how their body's advantage makes them perfect for that sport, and not how it makes it unfair. Using your logic, a trans man's physicality should mean that they can't compete with cis men, but trans athletes like Chris Mosier, Pat Manuel, Skylar Baylor have all competed and ranked favorably in sports that were dominated by cis men. Athletes who are trans shouldn't be competing in sports.
So he was talking really fast. So did you catch that? I call bullshit right off top.
No, I mean, from what it sounded like it was saying was that like it's really unfair for them to be trying to do that. I mean, it's really a man competing against a woman or women. So like,
Yeah,
from
but
what
did
I
you hear
understand,
the explanations? They were doing the argument on one side and the other side.
okay,
I'm a-
yeah, maybe I didn't hear all of it clearly because I
They're
heard.
talking really fast. So, but let me start it
Physicality should
over.
mean that they can't compete with cis men, but trans athletes.
They're talking really fast, but they're having an argument. So they're showing both sides of the argument. But really, it's an argument for the trans being, because the way it ends is like they won the argument saying that, you know, it really doesn't make a difference.
Athletes who are trans shouldn't be competing in sports. What? Yeah, they have such an unfair
Oh,
advantage.
it's the
Can
same.
you explain
It's
what
the
you
same
mean?
voice.
If you're a
Okay.
trans man, you'll be taking testosterone, which will boost your performance. And if you're a trans woman, you have naturally higher testosterone levels. Did you know that trans athletes' hormones are regulated by doctors and they're maintained at the average male-female level, right? Many trans women also take medication like spironolactone, which blocks the effect of testosterone and also reduces the level of it in their blood. Well, you can argue with biology. Trans women's physicality means that they're going to dominate and destroy women's sports. Trans women have been allowed to compete in the Olympics for almost 10 years, and we've yet to see any evidence of them dominating it. Secondly, there are plenty of cis women who are tall, strong, and big, like Australian basketball player Elizabeth Cabbage, who is 6'8". But when we talk about a cis woman's body, we frame it in terms of how their body's advantage makes them perfect for that sport, and not how it makes it unfair. Using your logic, a trans man's physicality should mean that they can't compete with cis men, but trans athletes like Chris Mosier, Pat Manuel, Skylar Baylor have all competed and ranked favorably in sports that were dominated by cis men. Athletes who are trans shouldn't be
Bullshit.
Yeah. My biggest question is like, why? Why? You know, why? Because I mean, look, this is the same crap. They just finding new things to be able to separate people on, and this just keeps us going. Like just like what they did with race, just like what they did with, you know, feminism. You know, men against women.
Right. Right, something sensational to get people emotional to argue and fight about.
Yeah, I mean, they know clearly, like, all right, this began as a man. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, but the argument was, did you hear the argument? It was that she said that their hormone levels are regulated by a doctor, and that they keep them at regular woman's levels.
But that's, I think that's total bullcrap. Because I mean, yeah, you can give certain hormones or this, that, and the other, but most of it, they're trying to build up more women parts. But as far as the natural strength of a man, I mean, you're fighting against biology. Not to say that it can't make some changes, because when you're dealing with pharmacopoeia, which is sorcery in most dictionaries, is that you're making these changes that wouldn't normally exist. So regardless of whatever argument you come about, I mean, the main question is, okay, they're trans. They transform from what? What was the root? What were they first? Okay. So now, the universe or God was wrong when they created them.
And I don't think that those hormones, like you said, I mean, it does make physical changes, but not enough. Not enough to change a man into a woman. Sorry. The transformation process is never complete.
And the ritual of changing our clocks back and forth.
Let me play
Only
this.
time will tell if we.
What's happening right now inside everybody is.
Should we make daylight saving time permanent? President Nixon thought so. The U.S. actually tried this in 1974, and Americans hated it. Nixon did this in response to a global energy crisis. The idea was that more sunlight later in the day meant people would use less energy. But that idea wasn't very effective. And during the shortest days of winter, people had to start work and school in the dark. In early January, people in some northern states didn't see the sun rise until after 9:30 a.m. That law was eventually repealed. Nevertheless, the Senate last week unanimously approved a new bill that would make daylight saving time permanent. Why? Advocates say more light in the evening would cut crime, improve people's health, and boost the economy. Plus, it would end the ritual of changing our clocks back and forth. Only time will tell if we spring forward for good or fall back, and history repeats itself. Should we make daylight saving time permanent?
That's a good question, because that's what Deuce said. He said that we'll go back. I said I don't think so, but Deuce said we're gonna go back. So if history repeats itself, maybe we will.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to tell you, I mean, because personally, I don't really, yeah, I use the time just like everybody else, but it's just like, what kind of ideas do you really live under? Because, I mean, the sun is moving, like, it doesn't really matter. You still using a 24-hour clock. If you allow these ideas to subdue your mindset, your thinking, that's a whole nother discussion. But I mean, whether they do it or not really doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to stay. Let's hear Chink.
Dead American soldiers. You owe them, Sean. Why don't you give your goddamn salary up for starting that war? Oh, Iraq should compensate us for our war of aggression, where we went in and murdered hundreds of thousands of their civilians, so that we could put a puppet government in who will make sure that American oil companies get all the contracts. So who gets rich? We don't even get the oil. No, the corrupt oil companies that gave to the corrupt politicians, they get the oil, they get the profit. All those dead civilians, all on Hannity's head, the neoconservatives' heads, they did that. But Sean, if we're gonna use your logic, I know logic is a thing you despise, but if we're gonna use your logic, okay, they owe us for the tens of thousands of our boys killed. By the way, you actually owe us, Sean. You're the one who started that war.
For the war.
Why does the Fox News that clearly pushed for that war owe the families of the dead American soldiers? You owe them, Sean. Why don't you give your goddamn salary up for starting that war? Oh, Iraq should compensate us.
Whatever, bro. Rachel Maddow was screaming that shit. Everybody was on that shit. The right and the
Say,
left
bro,
was on that shit when the
I
right.
know,
When
I
they,
know, but you know, it bothers me. This guy, like, at one time, I felt like they were somewhat neutral
yeah,
to
I
some
used to
extent.
watch them. Maybe they were back in the days because they were much. I think they were better back in the days because I used to watch
Yeah,
them.
but now they like, cause I mean, they talk about conservatives so bad, like the like the liberals are not doing anything. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't real like they picked a side, just like what you were saying about the guy the other night, the Late Show, whatever his name was.
Jon Stewart. I mean,
Uh,
the Daily Show with you. No.
no,
You talking about
when he was talking about his
Stephen
Tesla.
Colbert. Yeah.
Colbert, yeah, because see,
Colbert
like
Report.
that's the whole thing. They've chosen a side and who they're gonna prop up and who they're
Because it's
gonna
money.
down talk.
It's money on that side, and that's what I be telling everybody. People think I don't know. People don't really get the politics, but there's money on the liberal side, like a whole lot of money, like shit tons of money on that side. So if you want to make a bunch of money, and like another way you can make money is kind of like how Candace Owens does it. There's money. There's a whole lot of money in that, what she does too, on the other
Yeah,
side. But it's a whole shit ton of money on the liberal side, bro. Like that's the side. If you want to make money, that's the side. Like
the
shit tons
liberal
of money.
talking about
Shit.
on the liberal side.
Yeah, on the liberal side.
Oh
Look
yeah,
at Hillary Clinton. Look at Barack Obama. Look at I mean, you name them, they rich. They dumb
yeah,
retarded rich.
yeah, and you know, because I mean, I'm gonna tell you, like it almost doesn't matter because when it comes to corporate finance, bro, like you know, they don't really care who they give the money to as long as you spitting or the you know
Yeah.
whatever it
Getting
is
the
that
job
makes
done.
yeah. But for whatever reason, they're able to manipulate or to use these liberal people way more often than I would say that they're doing it. Because I mean, not to say that the conservatives, the Republicans are not doing the same stuff. It's just that so much more on the liberal side. Like the agenda is so strong on their side, on the liberal side, that you know it's
Yeah,
crazy.
they win, especially the checks. Let me
I
play
mean,
this clip. PragerU, they're really on the right. But that's why I listen to everybody, because that's how you
get
Couldn't
balance.
even let the possibility of a civil discourse fly, prompting the moderator to tell them to grow up, to which they responded with exasperated groans. The panelists reportedly had to be escorted out of the building by police after the event. 400 law students, more than 60% of the student body, signed an open letter assailing the presence of armed police at the meeting, voicing support for peaceful student protests. And this is exactly why wokeness creates mean, illogical, and childish people. More than 100 woke Yale law students.
woke Yale law students. I hate that they put that music in there. Woke Yale law students. And he said this is why woke causes immature behavior or some shit.
I think there needs to be some new terminology that we start to use because I mean the whole woke idea. Because I mean, you know, I'm gonna tell you, there's different levels to it, and there's people who might have a glimpse where like maybe their eyes are like starting to open and don't really get a full understanding, but and there's some who's like I would say more than just woke or awake. They're like shoot, got full life like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and woke is not a good. It's not a good. That's not working.
Yeah, because I mean, there's people that's really truly still sleep. So I mean, it's a terminology that can be used, but at the same time, like it doesn't really, represent, the different levels of people who, actually have a good understanding, and those who are still just, that people that are just waking up is not gonna really see everything fully.
Well, they can't because they're not fully awake.
Yes.
It's like when you roll out of the bed, you're still groggy.
Cause well, yeah, I guess because some of them are still like some of them are maybe sleepwalking. You know what I'm saying? Like they kind of awake.
You haven't fully awakened.
Yeah. But
oh, so this guy, he must have said some good stuff, Leahy.
Across the political spectrum, they're all been praising you. And they said they realized that a lot of the questions that were lobbed at you had nothing at all to do with your qualities as being on the Supreme Court, but some members, unfortunately, aiming for a soundbite that they might be able to put on a political website. I've gotten all kinds of emails and calls from friends across the political spectrum. They're all been praising you. And they said they realized that a lot of the questions that were lobbed at you had nothing at all to do with your qualities as being on the Supreme Court, but some members, unfortunately, aiming for a soundbite that they might.
Yesterday, your nomination turned out to be a testing ground for conspiracy theories and culture war theories. The more bizarre the charges against you and your family, the more I understand the social media scoreboard lit up yesterday. I'm sorry that we have to go through this. These are not theories that are in the mainstream of America, but they have been presented here as such. Yesterday, your nomination turned out to be a testing ground for conspiracy theories and culture war.
Well, some people are saying the right things.
What is it?
They're talking about the what's her name, Jackson's nomination, and how they're asking her dumb questions and they're making it all racial and shit.
Well, I'll tell you, I heard you talking about the black lady that's supposed to be coming up for Supreme Court and stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we was talking about that earlier. Oh, you wasn't here, huh?
No, but I saw where the lady, one lady was asking her about a definition for a woman, which to me is like, look, you know what I'm saying? And then, she's pretty much really letting it known that she's sympathetic to a lot of these different ideas that people are doing. And it's like, okay, I'm one of these, when it came out with the whole idea about same-sex marriage. Okay, look, everything that you're saying, the reasons why that this should be legal is because of not being able to see the person that they've been with for 20, 30 years, that they've been dating for however long, and they can't be in control of the be in the hospital room with them, or being able to make major decisions for these people, whatever, which is just not true. Like, okay, I understand you using that as a reason, but if you have that situation, you have a specific person that you want to do this, there are, you can do paperwork that shows that that is the person you designate for, because, if I'm not married, I'm a straight guy and I'm not married, I don't have somebody that really can come in, let's just say, I don't have any kids or anything like that. If I got a homeboy of mine that I want to be able to say, pull the plug if I get to this, that, and the other, you can do that without having to be married to somebody. But this is the type of stuff they use, that they, the arguments that they use to push this kind of agenda along. And I think we got to really be careful about all of this LGBT stuff. I don't care what people do in their homes, what they do, whatever. But at the same time, when you're trying to corrupt a whole generation and maybe even the future of humanity with these type of ideas that you know, all of these things that they're trying to prove as you know, right and whatever. You cannot, like, you know, use this politically. Like, I mean, if your sexual preference, that's your choice. Whether how you feel about it, you feel like you was born that way, okay, that's fine. I don't care. But when you're using it politically, you want to teach kids in school stuff that, you know, should really be for a parent to teach, or at maybe in their teenage years when they're more mature enough to really understand it. But you want to hit them at you know, you're trying to really program them at an early age that, you know, when you're born, you really, you know, you're not just one thing, or you can have your choice to be which one. It really, like, it's totally confusing. Like, you're trying to build a future of confused people who and it's just not right. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's stopping you from living whatever lifestyle you want to live. That's, you know, you want to be with another man, you want to be with another woman. Hey, look, go do that. But trying to make it political and, you know, teaching kids, or like making people have to, you know, these whatever, what's these terms that the he, she, they, all that other, like, this, bro, that's insanity, bro.
It's definitely confusion. Check this out. It says India successfully test fires deadly surface-to-surface BrahMos supersonic cruise missile in Andaman Nicobar Islands. So I was saying India is coming along. It says congratulations to all the scientists and team of DRDO. A proud moment for India. Union Minister Karen Rijiju wrote as he shared the video. See, in the Western world, this is the only way you get respect. India is growing, and they're becoming their, you know, they're really coming into the world, you know, and you know they could end up being a target. So I mean, because they have been in the past. So it would behoove them. And then it's crazy that the world, and that's why I wanted to play more of that video, because it's showing how the actions of like the UN is making the world a less safe place, bro. We're going into another arms race like the Cold War. So, but you can't blame the countries, because like India, this ensures India, nobody ain't gonna fuck with them. You know what I mean? Don't fuck with us. We're gonna send you this damn, what did it say? Surface to surface supersonic cruise missile.
Surface to surface.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to think too. Like, a lot of the Asian populations, like, I mean, they got technology that we just don't have. And if we do, like, I guess they hadn't really promoted it, but it's same kind of stuff like with Russia and you know, other Asian countries over there, man. They've been, you know what I'm saying, a lot of them been quiet for a long time. And I mean, it's pretty much said the East will rise again.
It's rising right now. It's happening. And then they're pushing this, they're accelerating this because Russia and China are teaming up more and more. So you finna have this, and then the US is making this into this. Because like I said, the Russians are becoming more and more European. You know what I'm
Say, bro,
saying?
look, I'm gonna tell you something, bro. Like, if it wasn't for the US, and you know, I love America. You know what I'm saying? But our government, if it wasn't for our government in cahoots with European governments, we could actually see what world peace is like. Not to say that we wouldn't have some kind of disputes, but living under the threat of war all the time,
Yeah.
you know, we wouldn't have that. Like, you know, okay, yeah, we might fuss about, hey man, you charging too much for this. You know, say, bro, make me a deal. Damn. You know what I'm saying? Like might go back and forth. You want to charge me more for this? I would, you know, you're gonna have to pay for this, such and such, blah blah blah. And it's like, I mean, we'll come to some kind of agreement over, you know, overall. But man, these people, bro, not satisfied for shit.
Yeah. That's what that dude said in the quote in the video earlier. He said, just won't let a good thing happen.
Yeah. No. I mean, some people will put here for confusion, and that's all that they've actually done.
He said, won't let a good thing happen. Like, damn. Right now, Horace. I'm getting tired, ain't gonna lie. I did a lot today.
Come on now.
It's always the opposite with us.
Yeah, man.
This is Vlad.
Now I had a pretty long day, bro. I was just up like you know what I'm saying, like I was up. Well, this time yesterday, I didn't rest until like 4 o'clock this afternoon, 4 or 5 o'clock, something like that. And plus, I'm fasting, so it's a little bit tough on me as well with that. But
yeah, man, back in the days, and this are the in thing, you know, the pit, toilet, you see it. Where you don't know, we call it the fear of cockroach. Because cockroach full in them teeth.
So did they use this?
Yeah, man, back in the days, and this are the in thing, you know.
This is the
pit,
toilet.
toilet,
See?
you see it.
It's what?
That's a bathroom right there.
We call it the fear of cockroach.
He said the fear of cockroach.
Cockroach full in them teeth.
It can't be in service.
Yeah, man, back in the days.
Can't possibly be in
thing,
service.
you know.
At least sweep around the damn thing so we won't have to worry about so many bugs. I'm scratching looking at it.
You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's why I took a nap before the show. Cause I knew I was tired and I was like, I feel my eyes. Say what?
I was like, wow.
Yeah, you want me to go back?
So
I want to say, is this who I think this is? Let me see this.
Hey, did you hear anything about some? Because I haven't gotten the full story, but you know, it's probably really, I mean, nothing, but something at the same time. You know, it's just like famous people battles, I guess you could say. But there was something where I think Rihanna and Drake blocked Meg Thee Stallion on social media.
Yeah, I saw some stuff about that when I was scrolling.
That's what I'm saying. Like I have no idea what all that's about, but for some reason and this is just me, I don't know any facts about it, but I'm assuming it might have something to do with the Tory Lanez thing. Because that whole story that they were saying about it just did not add up.
Yeah.
And then I think maybe they're finding out that she's full of shit.
Yeah. Crazy world we live in. Nuclear weapons.
President Putin, your boss will not use that option.
You can read all the reasons for nuclear arms to be used. So if it is an existential threat for our country, then it can be used in accordance with our concept.
I think that was pretty clear. What we saw from Putin, where he's alerting nuclear authorities to be on the ready, it wasn't just posturing. And that is why calls for a no-fly zone in Ukraine is incredibly belligerent and irresponsible. I understand the very human need to want to protect innocent civilians, but you have to take a step back and think about it logically.
Yep, she's right.
And my favorite color, too. Darling, I always wear black. Black is such a happy color. And my favorite color, too.
The whole internet is fucking 15-second clips of people doing random things. Everybody's attention span is so short.
Well,
That's why can't nobody learn nothing.
say, bro, look,
To know what's going on, you gotta dig through the details. It's just gonna put you to sleep.
do you know,
But you
like,
gotta
say,
struggle
bro,
through it.
I said to myself about, actually, like, because, like I said, I'm fasting right now, so I was thinking about fasting from social media and stuff too. But I realized, like, I never go on Instagram. Every so often, maybe once or twice a week, I go on Facebook. Messenger, I'm mostly like, I'm the one, like, I might send out messages to people on Messenger that I find on YouTube or something like that, just sharing information. But I'm not really a big like social media person. Now, if we gonna talk about YouTube, yeah, I'm on YouTube probably even while I'm asleep, because I listen to those meditation things, meditation tones while I'm sleeping. But I mean, when you really look at it, my YouTube is probably like on average 22, 23 hours a day. So I'm mostly on YouTube, and that's mainly because I'm trying to learn some shit. Like there's, metaphysics stuff, there's, history stuff, there's just, some current event things that I'm also listening to or whatever. But
Yeah.
man, like I don't know.
Check this out.
quote unquote spring water.
These bottlers found a new way to profit off of water without all the hassle of drilling for it. They called it purified water.
Pepsi first and then Coke. They had the entire country covered by bottling plants. They used enormous amounts of water. Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, 95, 93% water. And all they had to do was figure out whether Americans would drink a branded version of water that wasn't quote unquote spring water.
These bottlers found a new way to profit.
Man, I know them water bottles is the biggest scam, and then you got to think about like Coca-Cola and Nike. Nestle, they just steal the water, like, and then they sell it right back to the same people they just stole it from.
Well,
That's like their business model.
Well, a natural resource that you really don't have any control over, and some of these places, like, I mean, I wonder, do they pay the country or the town or wherever they getting this water from?
That's usually how it goes, but it'll be pennies. It'll be pennies, or they don't pay at all. They'll just say, "Hey, we'll provide jobs for some local people," and then they don't provide no jobs for no one.
E umas imagens que mostram o contra-ataque.
Yeah, so it's just extracting a natural resource that's really here for everybody, and then just selling it to us. Like, they're not producing a damn thing.
But the thing about it is that they make the water worse by bottling it. I mean, the water is more, for the most part, a lot of the water, especially when we're talking about just your basic water, nothing, truly. Let's just, because of the plastic and stuff that they're putting it in, you pretty much made the water acidic. So yeah, the water's still wet, but you're still poisoning your body because you're drinking it from a plastic bottle.
Yeah. Well, I think it's more important the quality of the water than the container. Not to say that the plastic is not an issue, but like talking about spring water or purified water or alkaline water, whatever the hell, when it's just some shit they just
Distilled
pulled out.
water.
Some shit they just pulled out the damn bio.
Yeah, they're putting things in it.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Biocarbonates and-
That's what they do when they be talking about purified. So like, we added a bunch of chemicals in there. It's good now.
Yeah, it doesn't taste like shit no more, but it's still and it'll hydrate you, but it might make you sick down the road.
Yeah.
Senate. In fact, in the history of the U.S. Senate, of the nearly 2,000 people who have served, only 58 have been women. And he responded that if a nightclub had numbers that bad, they'd shut it down. Of the 115 justices, 110 have been men. I actually once reminded a late night show Trevor Noah of similar issues in the U.S. Senate. In fact, in the history of the U.S. Senate, of the nearly 2,000 people who have served, only 58 have been women. And he responded that if a nightclub had numbers that bad, they'd shut it down. Of the 115 justices, 100.
Yeah, I remember that episode of The Daily Show.
That is currently available. The U.S. government assesses that Russia's forces are committing war crimes in Ukraine. I wanted to provide you with some additional information underlying this assessment. We have all seen really horrific images and accounts from the extensive and unrelenting attacks on civilians and civilian sites being conducted by Russian forces in Ukraine. There have been numerous credible reports of hospitals, schools, theaters, etc., being intentionally attacked, as well as indiscriminate attacks. Russia's forces have destroyed apartment buildings, schools, hospitals, other elements of the
This
critical
is from the
civilian-
State Department, bro, and ABC News. I'm finna go back to this video, bro, because they explained all that shit in this fucking video, bro. Like, they're fucking straight up lying, just like Iraq. They're straight up lying, bro.
You think they got a problem with lying?
It's fucking blatant. Everybody eating this shit up.
Yeah,
Damn,
but I mean
man.
that's the thing. The popular news, like this, the mainstream is what most people gonna look at, watch, trust, and live by.
Let me see.
Fargo?
Yeah.
Okay. Clever movie. I thought, a house cleaning. The way they cleaned it out was to create, and I hope you understand how stupid this is, to create controlled cells within the insert. So now if you're trying to hide something from the Russians, all the Russians have to do is say, get him to capitulate. Because
Okay, this part is good.
I guess just two questions. Where is he? And number two, do you think that he still can govern Ukraine, particularly a rump state west of the Dnipro River?
President
Couldn't
Zelensky
he
of
be
Ukraine.
subjected to some kind of internal coup by ultra-nationalist elements who've been calling for a civil war all along and have always opposed him?
Well, let's start with looking at it from this angle. Why isn't he dead?
See? Let me pause, because that was the same thing I was thinking. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, right?
Yes.
Russia is mad at you and how you're behaving. Why haven't they already killed this guy? You know they could have touched him. Come on now.
Easy.
Come on
like
now.
they could have started. They could have run a coup as well, like they did on the last president.
You know they could have touched him. So let me play some more. This is Open Your Mind. I really hope you guys learn from this. Please, 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 please listen.
Here's a charismatic Churchillian figure leading his troops to glory. He's the most legitimate command and control target I've ever seen. And if I were the Russians, I would want him dead unless your political solution requires legitimacy at the top of Ukraine. See, if Zelensky is removed, we already know that NATO has created the foundation for a government in exile. So if you eliminate Zelensky, they will set up a government in exile, and the Russians will never be able to impose their will on this government because it's a NATO tool operating outside of Kiev. The Russians need Zelensky to stay in Ukraine, to stay in Kiev, so that they can get him to capitulate. Because if a deal is negotiated to bring this conflict to an end, it's going to have to include Ukrainian recognition of Crimea. It's going to have to include Ukrainian recognition of the independence of Donbass and Lugansk, and it's going to have to include the Ukrainians agreeing to whatever mechanisms put in place that creates perpetual neutrality, non-NATO membership. The only person right now that can do this and make that agreement survive the legality test is Zelensky, because he has been, again, the Russians are smarter than anybody else at this game. By letting the CIA build this reputation, craft this personality, craft this image, they've made him unimpeachable in the mind of the West. So if Zelensky comes out and says, I recognize Crimea, who in the West is going to say, no, you don't? They can't. It's the recognition. Now, if the Russians kill Zelensky or he's removed and a puppet's put in place, nobody will respect the decision of the puppet. The Russians need Zelensky, and they need Zelensky in Ukraine. So I think the Russians are actively manipulating the game that's being played around Zelensky to keep him in Ukraine, not in Lvov. Lvov doesn't do any good. Lvov is not Ukraine. In Kiev, Lvov he's already halfway to NATO. He needs to be in Kiev. Now, Kiev's a dangerous place. And it's dangerous for a couple things. It's dangerous because even though people like me are probably telling Zelensky the same thing I'm saying, because it's pretty damn obvious in my book, he has to be nervous that he is indeed target number one. People have told him, you're the number one target. The Russians want to kill you. So they got to move him around, and they got to hide him. They got to do all this stuff, hence the green screen to disguise where he truly is, etc. But he's also has to be insulated from the ultra right-wing nationalists who've already threatened to string him up by the neck until dead. I mean, they've already said, we're going to hang you on the street if you ever do anything we don't want. And trust me, the day Zelensky decides that he's going to enter into this peace agreement with Russia, because that day will come, they're going to try and kill him. And so the Russians have to keep him alive. So I think some of the people around Zelensky are deep cover Russian security operatives whose sole job is to keep this guy alive.
Scott, sorry, just quickly.
Did you hear all that?
Yeah.
What you think about that? I think that's really interesting.
Very,
they would have
interesting.
counter intelligence type motherfucker like double spy type person.
Well,
who's-
you gotta
who's-
know.
who's-
I say, bro, y'all can't. Well, a lot of people don't know Putin's history. You
Yeah.
know, he was a KBG agent. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
so-
He's like he understands the inner workings of very like many governments. So to try to play the game on him, it's they know what I mean, most of them know what they're dealing with when it comes to Putin. That's why he's such a big threat, because he understands. He and as you said, the counterintelligence. I mean, yeah, I mean it only makes sense. I mean that's another part of war. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Yeah, no, but look, the specific idea that he probably has people that are in his security detail, his inner circle security detail, who are probably Russian ops, who won't get activated until his life is really in danger. Does that make sense?
So you're saying the people that's around Zelensky are Russian agents, but they just haven't been
right.
given
That's
the
what the
word
guy was
just
just
yet.
saying. That's what the
Yeah.
guy was just saying. He said a good he said most likely a good number of those guys are Russian agents. And he said that's another reason why they want Zelensky alive. They don't want him to die. So when he says when the time comes, because I think that's true too. I said from the beginning, Putin is getting into this to end this. This has been going on for 8 years and he wants it over. So that's what this is about, ending this. This is not going to drag out. So he's in certain conditions, old buddy is going to have to surrender to. You know what I'm saying? So, but then if he's those conditions that he has to surrender to puts him subject to the Nazis that have basically taken over the country to take his life. And those Nazis have a lot of power, and they probably got people right there in his security detail too. So that's complex, and I love that shit. I love thinking about that, because like this is the kind of shit that people don't think about. So like I say, you have a op, and he's not activated. He's gonna work as your security within.
He's gonna protect you.
And then when the shit pop off, then he gets activated. Now he's basically gonna kidnap you, but he's gonna make sure that you stay alive. And there's gonna be a few of them with him, and they're gonna probably, whisk him out the country and put him somewhere safe. You know what I'm saying?
Because of Zelensky's naivety to a certain extent, because he's very, much a part of everything that's going on. But I don't think he is smart enough to realize how, he's not at the same level as Biden and Putin when it comes down to all of this. You know what I'm saying?
He's a puppet. He's a low-level puppet. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a low-level puppet. He getting puppeted by multiple sides at the same time and shit.
Yes. So one of his best friends that he trusts is the guy that's already been put there to kill him.
Right. Well, not kill him, keep him alive, but it could be the guy to kill him. It could be.
Now, it's the guy that keeps him alive. But at the same time, all they got to get is the word and off with his head.
Right. Depending on the side. So, but you have to understand the dynamics of this. It would be the Nazis that would call the order to kill him, because the Russians don't want him dead.
Well, at least
the Russians. Even then, that's what the guy was just explaining. The guy was just explaining it benefits Russia that Zelensky lives through this whole thing. They want him to live through this so that Ukraine can have a legitimate government, and the people will follow Zelensky. They're not gonna, if a puppet gets put in there, some other puppet, the people aren't gonna follow them. They're gonna, that's gonna cause problems. So they want Zelensky to stay alive, and they also want him to continue to be the Ukraine president after this is over. They're going to kill all the Nazis. That's their plan. Liquidate all the Nazis and basically liberate Ukraine and let them govern like they had been governing before, with some changes, of course, with some stipulations, of course.
Yeah.
That's what the guy was just saying. Let me play a little bit more.
Do you believe that Dennis Kariv, the negotiator on Zelensky's team, was killed by the SBU for that reason?
He was killed by somebody for that reason. Yeah, I mean, that's the story. I don't have any corroborating evidence. I just look at that story and said, that makes sense.
I mentioned that in a previous show.
They found out that he was receiving or passing on information, either receiving information from the Russians or passing on information to the Russians about negotiating strategies. And
it was a guy that was from Ukraine that went to go negotiate with the Russians. And then when he came back from negotiations, they killed him. Who is they? Is this who's to say? But most likely it was the Nazis.
And they gave him the 75-cent solution. Cost of a bullet in the back of the head.
Yeah, for those who don't know, a member of the Ukrainian negotiation team was killed in the streets of Kiev, I think, during the first week of negotiations. His name is Dennis Kariv. So I've been wondering about that one.
It just disappeared from the media. It was reported on, and then we never heard anything else again. And I think the Ukrainian security services said that he resisted arrest, and that's why they killed him. But then another branch held him as a hero. Okay. Sounds like an assassination to me.
Yeah. Look, the Russians have done. I'll give you an example from history of why this scenario is plausible. Edward Shevardnadze, the former Georgian president, was in Sukhumi in late September of 1993, when the city was about to fall to Abkhazian rebels supported by Russian troops. And Shevardnadze gave a speech about, I'm going to stay here and fight till the death. Shevardnadze was a former Soviet foreign minister, and Boris Yeltsin, who was going through a difficult time at that time, remember, he was getting ready to have tanks fire into the Russian parliament.
In reference to something you tweeted, which was that, and this was a very provocative tweet, Russia will not be the one accused of the bulk of crimes in Ukraine. It will actually be the Ukrainian ultranationalists, the Azov battalion. Let me just play a quick clip of a video that I think might support that contention somewhat if people find it
is that another way for
extreme.
them to call them Nazis?
And this is, well, we should get the sound on here.
Terminator.
This is the theme of the Terminator 2, one of my favorite themes, by the way. The Azov battalion, and then you see as we pan left, they're holding civilians hostage in, I believe, Mariupol, while basically tormenting them with this. Let's watch it again, just to the full effect of the terror. And this is so chilling to watch. So yeah, I mean, there's so many videos going around now of average Ukrainians. Well, I don't exactly.
Looked like we lost Chaka for a second, but wow, this is some things I guess you wouldn't normally see on mainstream media, or definitely wouldn't hear. But I don't know, Doc, you still there? Anything you want to add? I'm sorry, folks. Not really. I'm sure Chalk will be right back.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I got you, bro. Yeah.
Can you see me?
I see you.
Fucking screen is black. So irritating, bro. My shit just froze. First my mic froze, and then I tried to reboot, and then kicked everything out.
Yeah. So that whole thing you saw, you played it. The thing.
Go ahead. Yeah, I played this video. I watched this whole thing already earlier today. It had me stuck for almost 3 hours. They had like their biggest show. They were saying that it was the most people in their chat that they had ever had on their show, and this show's been around for a long time. It was the conversation with Ritter that was really riveting, and they had a huge audience today. Go ahead. What was you say?
Well, no, I was at the video that came on before you went out with the piano, like when he was playing they was playing. We said some kind of music from
The Terminator 2 theme.
Yeah.
The Terminator 2 theme. It was they were torturing them. That's what it was. It was torture. You know, that was just an example of the horrible treatment that, you know, the ISAF soldiers are treating the civilians. Meanwhile, just the reason why I came back to this video, because we just saw a clip from, what was that, ABC, talking about Russia is the one that's doing atrocities, war crimes or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, shoot. Most people don't know that our last few presidents all have been, you know, by the international community, been named war criminals. So I mean,
yeah. So, but
probably more reason for them to be considered one than Putin, because he's really just trying to protect what he's in control of right now.
And Russians. So you can't be mad at that. Really, you can't be mad at that. And but what I'm saying is, though, the narrative that's getting to people is that Russia is doing it. That was a major network, and then that was the State Department talking, and that's a big deal because people take them as official sources. You get what I'm saying?
I know,
and it's not true, and that's walking us down the road into war, bro.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like, you know, I mean, I've been saying for the last few weeks on how, you know, the manipulation has been going on and really blatant lies, if we're gonna just really call it out.
And I was watching a few videos. See, United States kind of got lucky. Europe was destroyed in World War I. Large parts of Europe was destroyed in World War I, and then those problems wasn't resolved, and therefore it ignited again in World War II. And we never had real fighting over here in the States. All those other countries, including Russia, they all had fighting on their soil. And they had cities that was destroyed and shit like that. Their infrastructures. Whenever you go to war, whenever it's war, the first thing they attack is your infrastructures. You know, water, electricity, you know, Wi-Fi, whatever the hell. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you sustain on. They bombed that shit. So what happened was a lot of those countries was all fucked up, and it took them a long ass time to recover. So because of that, left this gaping hole for the United States to just kind of step in, because the United States infrastructure never got damaged. We was gearing up on production and manufacturing. So that's what caused, you know, the United States to boom like it did. It wasn't by the work of the United States. It was more of just kind of like the way things played out. Does that make any sense?
Well, it's the way things played out, but it's also certain treaties that's been signed that, you know, there would not be any ground wars, or actually, you know, like when Obama was in office, he actually signed something. I don't know the name of it, but I'm sure it can be found, that you know, that they lifted that whole thing where it can be war here on American soil now. So,
well, I don't know. I don't really know what you're talking about there.
I'll find it.
But what I'm saying is, this is what put the United States in its global position today. It's really simple. World War II, the ending of World War II. Okay. And then
Yeah.
we went right into the Cold War right after that. It's like Russia's now the threat or whatever. Even though Russia was allies right before that, and the Russians are really the ones who crushed the Nazis in World War II. You know what I'm saying? And then but they suffered a lot. They suffered a lot of human loss, and they suffered a lot of infrastructure and their currencies, everything.
Yeah.
So, but the United States was shielded from a lot of that. So that's the reason why the United States came out so far ahead. But see, that's why I think the United States wants another war, because they feel like they're going to come out on top again. You know what I'm saying? That it's going to work out for them again. Long as all the fighting is over there in Europe and Africa, you know what I'm saying? Vietnam, Cambodia, long as all the fighting is over there, shit, we good. And then our economy going to boom, because we already got the arms, the Boeing, the Halliburtons, the Black Rocks that's going to benefit from it either way.
Yeah, because they'll still have the infrastructure to go in. They can be the ones that supply different resources or services and this, that, and the third to all of these countries.
It benefits the Red Cross. It benefits the World Bank, the IMF. It benefits the what is the other one like the Red Cross that's supposed to be so fucking good, like
UNICEF.
UNICEF. All of these fucking foundations, bro. Them motherfuckers are the worst, bro. Them are the ones, and that's what we don't fucking realize.
Yeah.
Cause it's money. It's like money laundering. It's just making money out of nothing. Making money out of turmoil, out of struggle. So if that makes you money, then it benefits you for there to be turmoil, struggles.
Well, see, and that's the thing. Controlled opposition or controlled chaos. Like a lot of times, that's the kind of magic that they've been using, is to be able to rule things out of chaos. They have planned it all, so it's organized chaos. You know what I'm saying? So this is this is play obvious for them. Once they got learn that play, they just do it over and over and over and over again. But of course, that goes to a lot of detriment to just regular everyday people. I mean, the world itself can't recover because of that idea. Instead of just saying, "Hey, all right, you know what? I'm number two in the world as far as my GDP or this, that, and the other." No, we gotta smash on y'all next, because
Well, the petrodollar and our military is what holds the United States' position. But the pressure that they're putting on Russia and China now may cause them to start using the yuan. They're talking about it, using that for petrodollars. And then they would have no telling how many of those European countries going to follow suit with them.
Well, you got to think about it. I mean, there's one way. I mean, instead of just like they're using Ukraine to get into Russia, that's still like a bilateral. Like that's a different way for them to still, because the main focus is China.
A proxy war. It's a This is a proxy war between the United States and Russia.
I know
the situation in Ukraine, but yes, China is no like idle player in this. And so, but this is pushing Russia to China. You know what I'm saying? And then that what the hell, bro? You think United States think they so bad that they can handle Russia and China teamed up against them? What if they teamed up all the way economically? Like I say, they start choosing on one currency,
I mean,
either the yuan, China yuan, or the ruble in Russia, and both of them decide to buy petrol using that only, and forcing all of their little subordinate countries to do the same. What do you think that's going to do to the dollar?
well, we're still leaving out North Korea, because I mean, they would gladly support the East, and
I'm saying it's a host of. I mean, it would take a while to go down the list. Probably a host of countries would jump on this, and a lot of people been waiting for it. African countries might jump on this.
Yeah, because I mean, shoot, I mean, the better deals that they've been getting is from the East,
from Russia.
Well, not just Russia and China.
Yeah. So and so that's what I was saying before in the other video. Like China been doing this thing where they've been developing relationships with people over years. They've been doing it. So, and Russia has been establishing relationships, but in the way that they got cool enough with Germany and them and France, I think, to sell them gas, And then the thing is, then also that selling gas, whenever you commerce, you always have this transfer of cultures and shit. You know what I'm saying? That always goes together. So the thing is, like I was saying, Russia was being very Europeanized, bro. They were like, it was a lot of that going on. And now because of this situation, it's kind of causing like a division to separate Russia again and kind of like put them in a timeout and be like, Russia bad. So no, y'all can't come over here and we're not going over there. And it's really not what the Russians wanted. And it's really not what the Europeans, not what anybody wanted.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it wasn't for the alliance with NATO, the United States, like a lot of this stuff wouldn't happen. Russia would have, probably united, or like their trade, agreements would be a lot easier to obtain if it wasn't for the U.S. involvement with those European nations.
Yeah, so, but they don't have as much control as they did before. This is not the same world as it was post-World War II. And like I say, Germany, France, even the UK, they might not be on the United States side, bro. They might pick Russia, China side.
At some point, that could very well happen.
They finicky as fuck. The history. Finicky as fuck. So any number of them, Italy, any number of them. And,
well, I mean, it's all about survival, and really at this point, U.S. is not able to really, provide the resources that these European nations need.
Right. And protection and shit.
Not want, but need. And like, the stronghold is probably more so in the East now. Like, I mean, the whole idea that the United States is so strong or powerful military,
that they can control all around the world.
But
that's in the West.
Well,
yeah, I know what you mean.
A lot of that is a combination of the forces along, because they're not really fighting just as U.S. anymore.
It's NATO.
It's U.S. Yeah, it's NATO. U.S. France, UK, like Britain, like all these different countries is what really makes up our U.S. if you want to call it U.S. military, because it's more so.
It's NATO, but we use NATO as our little whatever. It's our bitch. NATO is our bitch. I can't think of no nice way of saying it. We pimp NATO, the United States. Bitch, you better go do that shit, bitch. Be like, nah, I don't want to, bitch. If you don't go do that shit,
because I mean, just think about,
don't make
you
me
know,
cut your funding.
really, what a lot of this, what would take a big change, is for some of the powers in, you know, these European nations to be changed around to people who actually just not with the BS no more. And you know, let's say like the prime minister, you know, we get 2 or 3 different prime ministers in office that's just like, you know, this is a bunch of BS, and should leave the U.S. just hanging. Because I mean, you got to think about too. We're back in NATO right now because Trump took us out of that alliance. So that happens again, then what?
Man, I want to play because he's gonna talk about the Nazis and the IMF treaty. You know about the IMF treaty, right?
The International Monetary Fund, and
No, this one is it has to do with missiles, international missiles, intercontinental missiles, some shit. Hold on. Let me play some.
After we saw what it did in Syria, where it really was up to Russia, and I guess the U.S. kind of outsourced it to the Kurds, the so-called democratic forces, to dispose of ISIS. But what's going to happen here with these characters? I know the battle's still raging for Mariupol, which is being quote unquote defended by Azov.
What's going to happen is they're all going to die. I mean, or be captured and put on trial. Denazification means denazification. And the Russians aren't playing games here. This is real. This is as real as it gets. And you know, this is something that Russia's dead serious about. If you listen to their statements, it's not, you know, it's the Ukrainian army. You're welcome to drop your weapons, come to us, be surrendered, and all that kind of stuff. The Nazis are going to be liquidated. And my understanding of the Russian term liquidated generally means something similar to what it sounds like. No, this is brutal. This is real. This isn't games. This isn't the West promising something and failing to deliver. This is a stated military objective of the Russian campaign. A Russian campaign, by the way, which has cost the Russian army thousands of lives. Thousands of lives. I'm not saying 10,000. I'm not giving the big number, but it's over 1,000. And you know, you don't pay that blood price just to walk away from a problem of this nature. Russia is committed. They're going to finish this. This war will not end until Ukraine has been denazified. And that means not only killing all these people, but eliminating the political parties and the political processes that empowered them, and getting changes in Ukrainian legislation and Ukrainian constitution that forever ban this hateful ideology from rearing its head. People say, well, come on, man, only 2% of the electorate. How much power can they have? Enough power to intimidate Parliament into voting for a Stepan Bandera day. You know, this isn't about winning elections. This is about bringing political terror into the mix at a time and place that achieves the objectives you want. When you tell the president of Ukraine, and I'm not talking about one president, I'm talking about two, Poroshenko, then Zelensky, that if they do anything that goes against what the Azov group, what the ultra right-wing nationalists want, that you will be killed. You'll be hung, hanging from the streets in Kiev. These guys are a real problem. They've infiltrated every aspect of the military. They're in the general staff. They're in the presidential staff. They're in the secret police. They're in the police. They run everything. They may not be the number one guy, but they are sometimes the number 2 guy, 3 guy, 4 guy. But even if they're number 4 guy, they're the number 1 guy because they have the ability to go to the number 1 guy and say, your family will be dead tonight unless you do what I want you to do. I mean, it's political terror, and that's what these guys do.
Yeah, you actually saw Vadim Troyan of Right Sector, a neo-Nazi brigade, be appointed police, basically advisor to the police commissioner of Kiev, The interior minister who left last year, Arsen Avakov, had incorporated the National Guard, the National Corps, the civilian wing or the political wing of Azov,
and
into
that's what I always be
the
saying.
municipality of Kiev, and they
They're a
simultaneously.
French group, but they have a lot of power because they're willing to do the terrible ass shit. You know what I'm saying? That scares the shit out of people. They use terrorism just like we have here in the States. We have the same kind of groups here that do the same thing, and they are a fringe group, small portion of the overall society, but they have a big voice.
Well, I mean, I believe that's one of the reasons why they get the support from U.S. is because it's the people that's in power here.
Secretly, and they're not overt about it, but and that's what I've been trying to say for the longest. The Nazis came over here after World War II. They ain't never left.
I know, but that's
they became presidents and shit.
Some of them, yeah. Well, I mean,
used
I don't
a
know if they
neo-Nazi
became president, but they've definitely held a bunch of Senate seats, and they're able to make put their vote in to direct the country in the way that it's gone a lot of times, because I mean the Democrat, for whatever reason, the Democratic side, they've been using that power to move on the world. I mean, none of this stuff is just out of the blue. That's one of the things that I want people to realize is this is not just some shit that just popped up overnight.
Right. It's an undercurrent. It's an undercurrent flow of this same thing. And it manifests itself in many ways. One of the ways it manifests is the oppression of Black people and brown people, Native Americans, Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? And you wonder where all that comes from. Well, that's this same energy, and it's just underlined in the fabric. It's subtle. It's really subtle. It bubbles underneath. It's not in your face. It's you know what I'm saying? It's covert. And a lot of the people, a lot of people aren't even aware, and they go along with it. But then you have the ones that be running shit, like let's say Hillary Clinton, others. They know, and even though they're on the left, and you would think that they are the ones that would be in this
trying to protect, they're
this
the ones
group.
that trying to.
But they are. That's why it's kind of like the capitalism, the predatory capitalism has a white supremacy thing kind of built into it. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the neoliberalism that we have now. The neoliberalism also, it has this classal system that's completely built into it. And that's how it functions. It can't function without that component. It's an intricate component, important component.
Very covert, very not just in your face until shit like this happens. And I'm glad that these guys, because that guy, he's an insider, to at least a certain extent. He
was.
Well, yeah. I mean, but he knows the history, and he knows how a lot of this has gotten to this point, because just because he's not getting a check from them anymore doesn't mean that he hadn't seen enough to really see all this stuff play out to what it is
before.
Right now.
And plus, he probably still got channels, because if you've been an analyst, he said he was an analyst. And I'm so into that shit. I've read them damn kind of spy novels and
but that's
shit.
a title. Yeah, that's a title.
But analyst, you know what that means, right? You know what the analyst does. That's the he's a gather information. He's a spook. He's a spook. A spy.
Yeah, he's a spy. Exactly.
That's what an analyst is. So what I'm saying is, if you've done that in the past, then you still have some kind of channels of connections because of the people that you know, people that you still know, and some of them people still have some kind of channels or connections or whatever. So I watched this video and then I played it back again and watched like half of it again, because this guy, he was holding back. I could hear him every now and then. He would pull himself back and be like, "Wait, I can't give all this away."
Yeah, because I mean,
That
I'm sure there's a certain level, because I mean, for what he's speaking on, you know, this is like this is just like some, you know, the vegetables, and you know, this is the side items. He ain't really giving the whole all of the meat. You know,
yeah,
he's
but
giving up some he's giving
but
up
he's
some
giving
information.
top secret ass type of like insight, like, you know what I mean? It's fucking great, fantastic, and that's what I think they were doing to him. They let him talk, and I think he talked more than he intended on. Let's watch it just a bit more before I wrap it, because he's gonna break some shit down. You have to watch this video. I meant to send this to you, but it's a long video. It's almost 3
Well,
hours.
that don't bother me. I look, you know, I listen to shit 3, 4, shit, sometimes 8-hour videos, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
this one is
I'm
interesting.
study. I study.
Well, this one had me stuck. Let me play a little more.
E14, just open neo-Nazis
Because
to
nobody
commit
else is
pogroms
saying this
against
stuff.
Roma people who were living by the
Nobody.
train station.
They're saying the opposite of
You know, a
what the
cleanup
whole
campaign in
media
the
is
words
saying.
of in the view of the Kiev City Council. So these are state-backed forces,
Yeah.
and you know it's what you foresee in a
Well, can you
denazification
really
campaign
even
is
call them
trials
civilians
and a
anymore?
kind of like Nuremberg commission overseen by
Who?
Russia.
These
I
guys
see
that's
that
walk.
happening. The Russians have promised that. They've talked
I
about
mean, are
military
these
courts
supposed to be
martials.
considered
So
protesters
this will
or
be
what?
done under military auspices.
Who are you talking about?
These people that's in the street, the guy with the bullhorn and all his cronies
Those are
behind him.
just protesters, like Russian protesters.
Oh, those are Russian protesters. Okay.
Yeah, so you got people that's protesting against the war, period. You know, mostly they're protesting against the war, period. Like, we don't want no fucking war at all. Basically, that's what they're saying. The people of Ukraine.
And they will try these people. And
But
the
these
beauty
are,
of a
but these, oh no, this is not Ukrainian. This is the Nazis mobbing through the city, screaming their rhetoric.
But
That's what
that's what I'm
this is.
saying. But like, because of their agenda, you truly call them civilians.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so these are the Nazi ones. Yeah, so yeah, no, I guess I get your argument, because they could be activated at any time. And actually, these are the ones that makes it scary. These are the ones that, you know, because you can't control them, right? Nobody can control them. So, you know, and they always make the excuse. They'd be like, "Oh, we didn't tell this guy to do that," or whatever. They didn't kill the Jewish person, or kill the black person, or or whatever, or kill the Russian. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, we didn't tell them to do that, but it's their hate, it's their ideology, it's their philosophy that leads them to do these things. And people control these kinds of mobs by, you know, inciting them, giving them red meat, feeding them, you know, information that ignites them. And that's what
Well,
they do. It's like winding up a wind-up doll and watch them go.
Well, you know, one of the things that I guess sparks a, you know, and you know, maybe, I mean, I think it's somewhat connected, but you know, who knows how much. But when you talk about the U.S., when like all these people that they say that, you know, well, Trump followers and this, that, and the other, and supposedly Trump is a Putin guy and this, that, and the other, how do we not know that those groups of white people that are, you know, angry with the system and this, that, and the other hasn't been fighting against the same type of thing here in America? You know,
Yeah.
why is it all? Because the media will lie to us clearly, make us believe that these are just bunch of racists that's running up and down the street. But they actually see things that we haven't been able to see because of the media.
Yeah, no, but this is no. That's not the case with these guys.
No,
These
no, no, no.
guys,
I'm not saying these guys. I'm talking
yeah.
about here in America, like a
Oh.
lot of these people that they saying that's just they just a bunch of racists, because a lot of them have issues with what we the so-called Jews. You know what I'm saying? So is that like, another way to say the Nazis that exist here in America?
That's a dun because I think about that because there's always there's this undercurrent of anti-Jewish sentiment. People don't want to admit it, but it's here in the United States, and these are not Nazis. Because they always be like, oh, the Jewish people, popularity, the way people talk about Jewish people is usually in a negative tone. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I'm trying to say this in a politically correct way. I'm trying not to get in trouble. But there's an undercurrent of, Jewish hate that flows through this country, through the United States. But it's really subtle. It's really, really subtle. It's just little comments you hear people make all the time. It's kind of like the same thing with the racism, because when you talk about Mexicans, when they be like, it'd be the little comments. It'd be the little comments.
But when they were Hitler was going up against people that was in Germany at the time. That's what they were saying. It was Jews, but it's also talking about like an anti-Nazi sentiment that, like I said, I mean, you think that this whole idea of these Nazis ruining the world and doing all these things that just wasn't good for humanity, like none of that stuff is new, and based on what we've been told, we believe this to be opposite of what is showing its face to be today.
Right. But they've been doing that for the longest. Like you said, like we said in the other show, it's the same damn play. They flip it. They flip it every time, like how they teach us history and how they tell us the news and how they tell us everything. And it's like slanted to whatever point of view or whatever narrative. Like and it's always, usually it's flipped on its head. Like I say all the time. I've been saying this since I started this show. If you look at any news story, if you from the Western media, if you flip it to the opposite, that's probably going to be more closer to the truth.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at it, from the reverse, if you switch everybody's role, then you'll get more of the truth of what's really happening. And that's mainly what I'm trying to tell you, because like, the stuff in Charlottesville, this is the what were they chanting? These people are not going to replace us.
Yeah, Jews will not replace us.
Yeah, okay, they know them as Jews, but maybe it's not Jews. Maybe it was something, like they've identified these people as one thing, but they're truly under a different type of disguise. Like the Nazis that exist over there in Russia and Ukraine and all in that area, because I mean, they're kind of everywhere. Like they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. So when you start, because now, like within the last week or so, is when we're hearing other people say this whole Nazi thing. Like I wasn't hearing that until we started saying it.
I'm telling you, I've been noticing that we be on shit early a lot of times. I watch Democracy Now! Like pretty much every day. Their overall news story show that they do in the morning, where they just go over global news clips. And I swear, I be seeing them cover something that we covered the night before or 2 nights before.
Yeah,
it be happening. It's not that they watching us. It's just that we're on it faster.
Well, are willing to speak it, to
faster.
Yeah, I mean, we're just saying it what it is. But even though some of the things I just said was just me, because I don't have any proof, but based on just things that we've been seeing, like I feel like there is more of a connection to it, and we have to also think of why do they get the support that they get. I mean, there's people in this country that you know, have been fighting for certain things for our government to, you know, and it takes forever for them to even have a discussion on it. But here this pops up, it's just like immediately, like without any much discussion with anyone, everybody in Congress, most people in Congress pretty much agreed on supporting Ukraine. But why?
Yeah. And and that's another thing. Whenever the left and the right agree on something, you already know that is a thing. that's a clue. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, it's gonna be a clue. Like, what's happening? You're gonna have to ask yourself what is happening when both sides of them unanimously agree on something. Wait a minute, something is happening here. What's going on? They don't agree on nothing.
There was very few people who voted against it.
And every other vote goes down 50-50. Down party lines. Pretty much. So
Yep.
like I say, whenever you get one that they all agree on, that's a clue. So you slow down, pay attention. Something is happening here.
Yeah.
Something is going on.
It's much bigger than you think, because a lot of this stuff is like, it does affect us as a country, but under the existence and, you know, it's really a lot of it to keep the lie that they've been telling for the last 70 years to continue.
And you keep holding on to this damn lie, and you're just making shit worse.
Well, from their point of view, it makes total sense, because otherwise, I mean, they flake out. They lose the power that they've held for so long. I mean, it does put us in a situation for, you know, this land, for this, you know, what we consider a government, because everything that we've, you know, existed under or believed in deal with how much of a lie it is, and then we've got to recreate. We got to pretty much start over. See, that's the part that, you know, like, we got to prepare ourselves for, is that a lot of the stuff that's been going on, the way it has existed, it's going to have to pretty much fall to zero, and then make sure that it gets into actually some good hands. People who aren't just going to pick up and start running with the ball from where, you know, where it fell. I'm just saying, like, what's that?
I'm laughing at this picture. I'm sorry. It's a tweet, and it shows Magic Johnson in the back with a whole bunch of chicks, and then it says, "This definitely was the day." Basically, you know, saying this the day he caught HIV.
Oh, damn.
That's the joke.
Damn. One of them had it, huh?
And he was known for, like, being like, you know, most of those basketball players, the chicks, they throw them the ass, bro. It's hard. How do you say no, bro? I don't blame you.
I say no all the time. I don't trust them.
I'd say, look, I'm not sure the context of exactly what the Prime Minister has said. So obviously, I'm talking to you, but what I would say is, you know, he's taken a lead and deserves enormous credit for galvanizing international opinion to deliver a strong message.
He must have asked your opinion as the Chancellor about the gold reserves, though.
Well, yeah, well, there's lots of things we're doing about the central bank, and I assume that's what he's talking about. And we've taken a leading role in sanctioning Russia, particularly economic and financial sanctions. I outlined those yesterday in Parliament. They are having an impact, and people should feel reassured that what we are doing is having an impact. The Russian ruble.
It's like the states put pressure on everybody. See, like, this is it right here. Like this is Nottinghamshire, Moor Green, wherever the hell this is. That's them putting pressure on them. So or y'all not being hard enough on Russia.
No.
You see what they doing?
But see, the thing is, what a lot of people don't realize, Putin ain't gonna have no problem because he's already in control of the resources. He's got backing. See, they're really trying to piss off other other Russians, like the other like rich Russians
Right.
to get them to go against Russia. Like
Right.
that's really the
That's
move
their
that they're
plan.
making.
But it's
Yeah,
not gonna work. But that's not gonna work. Because Putin has already had they saw this coming. They've been doing these sanctions forever. You know what I'm saying? They've been that's how they've been doing things. So Russia saw this coming. They're gonna the Russian people will have to, sacrifice a bit, and they are sacrificing a bit, but they strong people and they're gonna struggle through. They're not gonna push back on Putin. He's been their leader forever. It's a dumbass plan. So that's the play, like you say, the play that they play every time is they try to get the people, they try to fund the people to try to overthrow their own government, so to make it look like a legitimate coup. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
But no.
They're gonna, man.
That's not gonna work in Russia.
Putin will be protected.
Yeah, you think the people gonna be able to get their hands on him? Who the hell is gonna be able to? Who the hell is gonna be able to get their hands on Putin? And then what are gonna be the consequences of trying?
Say, bro. A lot of them say, bro, it won't be the Russian people, and they're not gonna allow. Cause look, bro, Putin is smart, bro. I've been seeing this over time. Like Putin ain't no kind of pushover. He really he's like got probably like 6 or 7 plays on the chessboard, even ahead of US. That's why he's such a problem. And they know that they got to be really careful on how they move because
they already done fucked up. I think this event is not going to trigger World War III, but it's going to trigger the end of the petrodollar, the end of United States hegemony. This is the beginning of the end. This is the camel that's going to this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. This is is my prediction.
Well, see, and to me, it's kind of crazy because I'm still trying to pinpoint, trying to understand some of it because the U.S. is purposely bringing the dollar down because they're trying to do multiple things at one time. Because I mean, either the because what is
it definitely seems on purpose. The inflation, the gas prices, the printing of the money, the giving out the checks that they did, the fucking tax breaks that they did. Yes, it sounds like they are trying to sabotage themselves.
Well, but at the same time, I think that like they're trying to somehow still maintain some power because I mean they're still using this crypto in a way that so that they can maybe still be able to switch over and still use it. But I mean with the value of the dollar, US dollar, in which that's what is mainly what they're valuing it by is the crypto is still being valued at the same rate as the US dollar. So it's kind of like it kind of doesn't make any sense, and I'm gonna tell you, bro, like most like the investments that I'm done, like my forex investments, shoot, it's being traded mostly on China from on China's market. Their hours, during their hours, use is different currency. We're still trading different currencies, but we're doing it during the China time. So some of this kind of, I don't know, bro. I'm still trying to figure it out. But the play is in.
Yeah, I think that yeah, what I really think is that their arrogance is the death of them. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to pull off like the movie Mission Impossible, like some Tom Cruise jumping from a moving motorcycle and landing back on.
Well, they've been trying, like the reset has begun, but like because of the different places, they thought they was gonna be able to have the majority of people go along with the what. So that didn't work. So that really put a backfire, because I mean that would show that they still have a lot of control over the world if that would have worked for them. So because it didn't work out the way they planned, and a lot of the things that's being uncovered, like they lost a lot of the trust around the world, and especially here. So it's like, how do you move forward? Because I mean, most of us are, I mean, pretty much all of us are just used to the idea of the US dollar being the form of exchange. It's like I said, I'm still trying to figure out how all of this stuff, like what really makes the most sense out of it all. But I mean, regardless, it looks like they're purposely trying to make it fall for whatever reason.
I don't think it's like I say. I think it's the arrogance and the repercussions of what they're doing. They're just not. Their arrogance is making them blind to it. They're not seeing like reality.
No, I don't think it. I mean, because of course there's arrogance, but I think it's just the fact that it's do or die. For the people in power, it's do or die. If they either they hand it over or they die fighting, and that's what I think it really is.
My cold dead hands.
Yeah.
Cold dead. Take it from my cold dead hands. Like they pulling a Hail Mary.
And we just see how it falls.
And hoping for the best. And because they in the fourth quarter and it's only like 30 seconds left. They down by a touchdown.
They believe in a lot of those prophecies and know that their time is up.
Yeah, it's the fourth quarter, man. It's fourth down. Only got 30 seconds left on the clock. And they like 50 yards away from the touchdown. And they throwing a Hail Mary. It might work. That's the attitude. It could work. It might work.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, because the thing about it is, a lot of people don't realize, like, the Moors knew that they had done a lot of things that they were gonna have to suffer some karma. But one of the things that they did was they, kind of pushed their karma into like the downfall of the Moors. They kind of pushed it so it can go ahead and get that over with, deal with their karma, and they were a big part of allowing a lot of this stuff to happen.
And I bet you it was their arrogance that got them too.
It was.
And the Europeans just kept coming. kept coming, kept coming, kept
A
coming,
lot,
kept
but no,
coming,
see
kept
the
coming.
thing because they
Like,
knew.
damn, how many of y'all is it? I'm sure that's what they was thinking. You know that's what they was thinking. How many of y'all were over there? God damn. Talk about a migration. Talk about a refugee crisis.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. Like how they like to flip everything, nigga. Like, nigga, that's what I be saying. It's like the migrants, like they so hardcore on illegal immigration or whatever they want to call it, refugees. Them niggas came over here. It's like all of them came over here as refugees.
Yeah, and we gotta realize, just like how we're looking at our government,
Oh shit!
there's like a small group of people who really put things into play. It's the same way. It's not like the masses of Moors were the problem. It was the ones that was in power that was
Yeah.
doing a lot of the crooked and foul things that that were they were doing. Good Lord, I just. Whew.
Talk about distraction, bruh.
You ain't lying.
I have no idea what the drama is, and I really don't give a fuck either.
The drama with what?
With the Megan and Drake and them.
I think they found.
I
They
care.
found out how much of a liar she was, and trying to get somebody in trouble based on some shit that maybe she instigated.
So it says, look, this is the post. She says, "Life been trying to yank me by my scalp, but I'm yanking right back." So maybe she's talking about the situation that's happening. That's how they do on the internet. They always make little subtle comments like that instead of addressing this shit straight on.
Yeah, and the reason why she's not addressing straight on is because if she really say what, if she try to steer it in any direction, somebody else gonna be like, oh, okay, see now you done it. You spoke on it. I'm gonna speak on it. Nah, we know what you did, bitch.
Yeah, I don't care enough. I like looking at her pictures though.
But then, oh yeah, they nice. But I'm gonna tell you, whose fans you think gonna stick? Who got more fans? Rihanna, Drake, or Megan Thee Stallion?
Again, I don't even wanna. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm about to wrap it, man. I'm tired. It's 3 a.m. and I gotta go to class in the morning. I want to play the game for a little while before I go to sleep. I'm fucking tired, bro. I did a lot. I was moving around too much today.
Well, do your thing, bro.
Yep. Yep. It's 4.5 hours anyways. I don't like these to be this long anyways. All right, man. Some of those videos you saw me, I watched some of that. So I'll watch some more of them and we can talk about them tomorrow.
That's cool.
That's
I'm
what we
not
could
even
do.
sure which one, because some of the stuff I don't necessarily. I mean, I
The
don't know if
Chi
it's
one,
really.
I was watching the Chi about the Chi.
Mm-hmm.
And it was another one.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch. I didn't get to watch all of that. I'm gonna go back and watch that one too. But
did I send you one about aliens? About why isn't there no aliens? Like, and they have that equation in there, and then they were trying to talk about intelligence too. So maybe it's because we're not measuring intelligence. I'm gonna send you that video. I want to talk about that. So that's what we'll talk about tomorrow.
I think and I've heard other people kind of mention this, and I kind of believe it to be true, is that when they do come, they assimilate. Like they have to you know, in order to exist in this body, to exist in this world, they have to, you know, be have the same kind of spacesuit we got. So we don't know that they're different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what she's
So
gonna say. It's gonna be this dude and his wife. I'm gonna send you the video from today too. It's the dude and his wife, and he's like an astrophysicist, or he's a physicist. I think he's an astrophysicist, and she's a biologist. So they were arguing. You know what I'm saying? Him from the like a astro, physicist point of view, and her from a biological view. I don't know if I'll actually be able to play the video. So if you just watch it, and we could talk about it. And we could probably read the comments. Is this the one? Yeah, this is it. I'm sending it to you right now. That's the humans are the first aliens. Here's why. That's the name of the video. I think that's super fucking interesting topic. It's not a long video either, and we could probably get a lot out of it. Be careful, man. I sent you the one from today, even though it's almost 3 hours. Today I played some oldest Native American footage. I think some of that was some bullshit, but let me share that with you too. The movie I went over the movie The Hunt. It's a movie on Netflix, 2020. Fucking hilarious. You should check it out. I think that's it, and we're gonna go into the history. I want to talk about the Spanish-American War. Let me check my notes because I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna cover the rest of the week. I want to talk about Ulysses S. Grant and his presidency, because for some reason his presidency is left out of like all the history books and shit. So I want to touch on his presidency and why he is like the least like celebrated and talked about the president. And they just leave him out of history. There's a reason though. There's a really good reason. I'm not gonna spoil it right now. And I want to talk about the Filipino-American War, because a lot of people don't know about it. I want to talk about the Banana Wars, the Spanish-American War, the Gulf of Tonkin being a damn false flag event, and they proved it. Like they didn't have no evidence. It's just like the Iraq War. It was the exact same thing. They did the exact same thing with the Gulf of Tonkin. They pretended that this thing happened and it didn't, and that was their reason to go to war.
well, okay. Well, because I mean, those are some that I'm not familiar with. So, you sent me a video on it.
No, I didn't. I don't know where I saw something. I think I have something, but it's probably long and boring. It's the kind of shit I be into, because I had to have saw something to make me think about all that shit. So, but I be into all kind of shit.
One man's trash is another man's treasure. So you say it's boring to some, it might have some excitement for another.
Oh yes, the old books one that got me to thinking about all that shit. Okay, yeah, that's this one video right here. But like I say, this is dry, boring stuff. But it's my kind of stuff because like I love history. So I knew what they was. You have to know what they're talking about because they're jumping all around in this video. But that's how I came up with everything I wanted to talk about this week was from that one video.
Okay. Which one?
I
Which
just
one
sent it.
is the one? Because you made me interested in the whole Ulysses S. Grant story.
Yeah, well, this video, the 48 minutes, the one that's called "You Won't Believe What We Found in These Old History Books," I just sent that one to you. They touch on that in that video.
Okay.
Yeah. So see that video, what they're doing is they're comparing history textbooks, the ones that they use in schools, and they were comparing the ones from today with the ones from the past and what's left out, what's put in them, how they covered certain subjects. They picked like 4 or 5 main topics, and then they compared how these different textbooks covered those 5 like topics. It's a 48-minute video. One of the topics was Ulysses S. Grant and why the history books don't cover him.
Yeah.
And it's a reason for it. It's some stuff that he did that they didn't fucking like. And that's the reason why the history says he was like, his whole presidency was just riddled with scandals. And that's what they say about him. Pretty much that's all they say.
Did they ever say that like he was the worst president of all time at any point?
No, I don't think I've ever heard that. They just say his no, because there's John something got that award. Some guy earlier, I can't think of his name, but the guy he sucked. But Ulysses S. Grant, they just always say his administration was riddled with scandals, and that's all they say about him. But this was a really critical time in American history, and he made some moves that they didn't really like, that looked out for certain people that you're not supposed to look out for. Hint, hint, clue, clue. So yeah, check it out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out for sure.
All right, man. Peace and love. Y'all have a good night. Thank y'all for joining. I'm almost at 5 hours. I hate 5-hour videos. They're so hard to download. They take up too much space on my computer. All right, y'all. Peace and love. You have a good night. Till tomorrow. Holla at you.
Peace. Yep. All right, man.
All right, bro.
Don't stay.